Hold on, I'm live. Hold on, let me cue the intro. Hold on. Or not cue the intro. Somebody else in Knicks universe say that. Let me run the intro. Somebody else say that too. Let me just do this.
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
I'm live, okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man's Uncle Freezy. What's good? Welcome. Blue Tears, Orange Tears, Blorange Tears. How about we throw some hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. What's good, party people? What's good, what's good, what's good? How y'all doing out there this weekend? Or today, I should say. How y'all doing? What's good? All right, all right. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. I've been mad busy this morning, so I'm sorry if I seem like I'm out of sorts, but I kind of am a little bit. Let me do something right quick. Let me get my wardrobe right. Let me get my wardrobe right, man. Just a lot of stuff going on this morning, man. A lot of stuff going on this morning. Let me shout out my peoples, too. The original DSJ is in the building. Yes, yes, y'all. It's the one and only. Salute, salute, salute. What's good? Hewlett Samuel is in the building. Stephen O is in the building. What's good? Pudge Nice, I see you. Jamie Peralta is in the building. Geraldine McGowan. What's good? What's good? Yeah, man, I'm always busy, bro. DSJ, they working me like I'm an elf, bro. They working me like I'm an elf, man. You know what I'm saying? They like, you better join the union, Uncle Freezy. They working me to death, man. Y'all ready to talk this Knicks? I'm ready to talk these Knicks, man. I'm ready to talk these Knicks. Y'all ready to get into these Knicks? Y'all ready to talk some Kemba Walker? Chuck Allen, what's good? Chuck, guess what I've been doing this morning, Chuck? You remember we talked about Saturday night? That's what I was doing this morning. And I was hoping that you would send me your stuff so I want to say it, but I want to surprise people at the same time. Anthony 212, what's good? Oh, CWC. I forgot CWC. CWC, I forgot you, man. I forgot you, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. But I forgot you, but not like, you know what I'm saying, like in that intentional way. I forgot you because I got busy. You know what I'm saying? You'll see what I'm talking about. Flatbush Dre's in the building. What's good? So y'all want to get down to the nitty-gritty, or y'all want to warm it up first? Y'all want to warm it up first, or y'all just want to get down to the nitty-gritty? Y'all tell me. It's Monday morning. My preference is warm it up some before we get down to the nitty-gritty, because we got all week to get down to the nitty-gritty. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Chuck, no, Chuck, you told me you was going to send me your own, one that you prefer. And CWC is like just busting in the spot like, yo, I want my own intro. It CWC don't work like that, bro. You gotta have a show or something. You know what I'm saying? You got the, you know what I'm saying? You got to have your, you know what I'm saying? CWC, you got to have a joint. That's why I ain't got one for Beans yet. That's why I ain't got one for and for some other people yet, because they working on stuff, and in the intro is part of pitching other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, but you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? You'll see what I'm talking about. Anthony 212, happy holidays to you and yours, and happy holidays to everybody on the joint, and you know what I'm saying, in the chat, man. Everybody coming through, man. Excited to see y'all, man. You know, excited to be here with y'all, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. I honestly I want to get into the Tibs thing, because Tom Thibodeau is a thing. Tibs is a thing, right? And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's kind of frustrating me about Tibs, and you can tell it's kind of frustrating him, right? So I want to ease into that. I want to warm it up, right? I don't want to just say fire Tibs. I don't want to say that. What I do want to say, though, is it's about time for us to start the Tom Thibodeau conversation, because there are too many things. White Falcon, what's good? There are too many things going on. I'm not on. There are 3 lanes for Tibs, right? It's the be patient lane. People are like, man, be patient. He only been here for a year and some change. You expect him to work a miracle in the year and some change, and y'all been sorry for 8 years? It's that lane. It's the, oh, hell no, he got to go lane. Hell no, he got to go. He don't make no adjustments. He don't do blah, 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 blah. It's that lane. And then it's the lane that I'm in. So I'm in the lane of, yo, y'all are really, really, really wrong on Tibs. There are too many things going on at one time, and I think we blaming Tibs for everything, and it ain't fair. That's the lane I'm in. Now, I know Miss Geraldine is in that other lane. Like, oh no, he got to go. I know she in that lane. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because I respect that. Look. I see your comment down there. That's hilarious. I see your. I ain't even get a chance to get it out yet. I yeah. Yo, you got to Miss Geraldine, you got to give me a chance. We warmed it up. You got to give me a chance to get to it. You like, no, if you don't say it, I'll say it. Yo, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Chef NYK was good. Hey, that's hilarious, Miss Geraldine. I was trying, and so it's the three lanes, right? The three lanes. The lane that's like the lane that I'm in is like, nah, it's too much stuff going on behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? You can't fire that man after. And then it's that middle neutral lane. Like, he only been here a year and a half. You can't fire nobody after a year and a half. And then it's the, you know what I'm saying, his ass got to go lane. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so what I want to do, what I want to do is I want to go first. Okay? So I want to go first on the Tibs thing to see if I can sway some of the people in the middle lane over to where I'm at. Because the people that's in the fire Tibs lane, you can't sway them. They can't be swayed because they already made up their mind. Right? They already made up their mind. Right? So what I'll say is, yeah. Hey, I know. I see you. I'm with you. Listen, I'm all that stuff. So I've taken all these things into account. Right? So first of all, the Dwayne Casey thing is an outlier. Right? The Dwayne Casey thing is an outlier. Right, and I can compare it to the R&B group Tony. Right. So Tony fired Raphael. Y'all know the lead singer, Raphael. Lay your head on my pillow. Yeah. It Never Rained in Southern California. Yeah. The light skin. Yeah. They fired him and brought in another dude that sound kind of like him. The dude they brought in is Diet Pepsi. He ain't Pepsi. But he Diet Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. He is not Pepsi. But he still got the logo on him, and he Diet Pepsi. He Pepsi Light. You know what I'm saying? He Newport 100s. He ain't no short. He Newport 100s. You know what I'm saying? Like like if you in a real big arena, real big arena, he might sound like Raphael depending on the song, but he ain't Raphael, right? And so the thing I'm getting at is this. Let me just say this. Chef NYK said Pepsi Zero. Exactly. He Pepsi Zero. Okay. All right. Yeah, Anthony 212. Yeah, he GoBots. He ain't Transformers. He ain't Transformers. You know what I'm saying? He a GoBot. You know what I'm saying? So, but the point I'm getting at is this. Is this. Sometimes an entity will make a serious hard change, and then they'll get a little bit of success, and then they go straight downhill. Right? And so people point to the Toronto Raptors because they fired Dwayne Casey and then brought in a whole bunch of free agents. Nick Nurse fumbled his way to a championship, and they've been a disaster ever since. And people keep saying, well, they fired Dwayne Casey. What has Nick Nurse done since they traded for Kawhi Leonard? Nothing. What have the Toronto Raptors been since Kawhi Leonard left? And how do you know that Dwayne Casey wouldn't have won that championship with Kawhi Leonard? Yo, dude is in the building. What's good? Hey, you know, I got some of my people in here. Let me put this thing in the chat real quick because I see dignitaries in the joint, man, and I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to have my people waiting at the door. Y'all know how that go. You know what I'm saying? Jay Boogie, I got to tell you something. So the thing is with the they fired Dwayne Casey argument is Nick Nurse fumbled his way to a championship with Marc Gasol, Kawhi Leonard, Serge Ibaka. Now, none of those people are there no more, right? And what has Nick Nurse done? Lottery. That's what they did. They've been in the lottery ever since. Right? And we keep saying, well, they fired Dwayne Casey. And after that 1 year, that miracle, that lightning in the bottle, they've been in the lottery ever since. Yeah, man, y'all smash that like button. Young Income was good. What's good? The Dwayne Casey argument to me, it makes no sense because just like what I'm saying about Tibs, in that case with Dwayne Casey, there are a lot of details that people conveniently ignore. Like, what has Nick Nurse done since? Nothing. What is he doing right now? Nothing. Right? This whole thing about you could fire Tibs because they fired Dwayne Casey. What has Nick Nurse done since? Nick Nurse is Diet Pepsi. He ain't Pepsi. He Pepsi Zero. Knicks Live was good. Kev, Cornerstone Kev, you got to jump on because I got something I want to show you. You mess around with your new shirt on in the cubicle. Kev at work walking around with his chest stuck out because he got a new shirt. Yo, Uncle Fulio, what's good? What's good, baby boy? Soul Fingers in the chat. Oh, my man. Oh, he ain't even in the cubicle. Oh, man, Kev, check this out. This Kev, Cornerstone Kev, check this out. This is for you, my brother. I was thinking about how you changed the game, how you beat the game. Can you hear me? Okay. So I made this for you. This is your new intro since you done beat the game, Kev. This is your new intro, okay? You ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All right. All right, I'm going to bring you on. Don't say nothing, Kev. Don't say nothing.
I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, man. He beat the game, so he get the dope intro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, I need it, man. I'm going through some crap, man, but I needed it. I needed that.
Yeah, man.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. Good, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. And yes, I will be in this seat for the next 3 days because there was a COVID case.
Oh,
Yep. So when they do that,
everybody stay home.
everybody, stay home. So I will be, and I'm only working 3 days because we're closed Thursday and Friday. So
Oh, they're giving you Christmas Eve. I mean,
yeah, well, the day before Christmas
day
Eve
before
and Christmas Eve. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so yeah, man. So I will be in this establishment. That
Bam!
means I can get as loud as I want to.
Bam!
Before.
Bam! Hey, yo, so I did no lie, I did like 4 intros for you.
Yes,
and
you
I threw like 3 of them away.
Why, man? But I actually like this one. This one's really,
This one
really
because
cool.
I was thinking like Kev might like the martial arts style intro
Yeah.
when it comes to, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, man. They don't know any. Now they may have seen all these old martial art films that we saw in the theater, but
Right.
they don't know nothing about Kung Fu, the
Right.
TV show Kung Fu.
Yeah.
With David Kane when he said that I have nothing more to teach you, and then he's going in and he's about to lift up the pot with all the hot coals inside, and he's about to put the dragon and the tiger on his arms and everything.
Right,
That was the real tattoo back in the day. So there you
Bam.
go. That was the
Bro,
real tattoo.
I'm telling you, because all right, so I made sure that I did the joints for you and G-Man, Free
Mhm.
Keith and G.I.,
Mhm.
Staffadon and Soulfinger, and
Yeah.
some others. And I did them all this morning, bro. At 7:00, I got in from work. I didn't even hug my wife. I just got straight to the intros, bro. And it's some other intros that's coming too, but bro, it's 24. It's a 24/7 thing. Man.
You are the hardest working man in in this business right here, man. I just want you to know that. And for me, it is an honor working with you, man. It is
Hey
an
man,
honor.
thank you, man.
It is
Thank you,
an
man.
honor.
Thank you, man. Now that we got all that out of the way, can we fight now?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I just came in on the tail end. So what's this about Dwayne Casey? Because I just caught in on the last part.
Oh, okay. So the thing is, I want to have the Tom Thibodeau conversation.
Okay.
Because Tom Thibodeau is frustrating me, man. Right?
Yeah.
And it's not because he can't coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I think he's trying to do too many things at once. I think he's trying to develop the kids.
Right.
I think he's trying to appease the veterans.
Right.
I think he's trying to win games. I think he's trying to appease the front office
Mm-hmm.
while also keeping his win-loss record intact.
Yep. Hey, hold on 1 second. Let me answer this phone. 1 second. One
All
second.
So Tibs is trying to develop the kids, appease the vets, right? Appease the front office, keep his win-loss record intact, and some other stuff, right? And you can't do all these things at once. Andrew Collins, what's good? What's good? You can't do all these things at once. You gotta set yourself on one direction, on one path, and go. Right? You gotta set yourself on one path and go. And y'all saw it. The thing that frustrates y'all frustrates me, but it's a part of the path, right? So y'all will say Tibbs doesn't make adjustments, and Tibbs runs a simple offense, right? Right? Anybody in there disagree with me? Tibbs run a simple offense, right? Anybody disagree? Anybody in the chat disagree? And tell me why I'm wrong. Tibbs runs simple offenses and offensive plays. Anybody in the chat disagree? Right. But White Falcon, you know why he does that? Because he's playing kids, right? he's got to run a basic offense and basic defensive principles because he's playing vets that he knows won't be here, but he's playing kids too. And so you can't run these complicated offenses and defenses when you have quickly going from a combo guard to point guard, right? Grimes needs minutes and needs to learn how to play. Knox is a slow learner, seemingly a slow learner, right? McBride needs reps, right? Jericho Sims needs reps. Obi Toppin has to learn how to get into the offensive systems, right? So you can't run complicated stuff when you got Obi, RJ, Quickly, Grimes, McBride, Sims. So you got them trying to learn on the fly, and you got to run the same play over and over and over again. You got to run the same play over and over and over again for them to learn it. Because just because they run it once against the Celtics, when they play the Grizzlies and they run that same play, it's going to look different because the Grizzlies are going to run a different defense against it. Right? You wanted me to run your intro again?
No, hell no.
Okay.
No, I apologize. And of course, I didn't hear what you were just getting into Dwayne Casey and then talking about Tibs. Listen, I think it's like that song. You want to go back to songs. Remember Ray Parker Jr. and Radio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the song Two Places at the Same Time? Yeah, that's what he's trying to be, Tibs. Yeah. That's what he's trying to be.
And Ray Parker could play that guitar too, boy.
Oh, stop.
Ooh,
stop.
What you know about the guitar? Hey, where's Jolene at? I got Jolene over here in the corner. You want me to show you Jolene? You think I'm lying?
Show me Jolene.
All right, hold on.
Show me Jolene.
Kev, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, okay. Hey, play a C for me. Play a C. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, wait. Let me see that again.
Huh?
Let me see that again. You got a 12. You got a 12 string.
Yeah, I don't mess around, bro.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I don't mess around, bro.
No, you don't. I've been trying to for years. I've been trying to get a 12 string.
Bro, you know the first song I learned on the first song I learned?
Which one?
A song called Sweet Home Alabama.
Okay. All right.
I just said I learned it on YouTube. I just turned YouTube on one day and just boom, 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 boom,
yep.
boom, boom, boom.
That guitar did the melody for the Eagles song Hotel California.
Wow.
Yeah, so I've been after that. Oh, look at this fool, man. Look at this fool in the chat. What in the world? What in the world is you know who I'm talking about too? I'm talking about that snaggletooth, gray beard, who I've been trying to tell him to get the Just for Men dye.
or some Esquire shoe polish.
Yeah, or some Esquire shoe polish.
It just
yeah, exactly. Because it's grungy. His beard is grungy.
Oh, you just called him scruffy. Lord have mercy. But yeah, so the point I was getting at is this. Let me just do this real quick. So what happens is there are three lanes, three groups of people, right? The people in the middle that are saying you can't fire the Knicks coach because he just got the job. He only been on the job a year plus. And you can't just keep firing coaches a year plus. You can't do a Hornacek, a Fisher, a Rambis, a Fizdale, and then do Thibodeau the same way. Yeah, let your coach coach 100 games and fire him.
You want to give your coach enough rope to hang himself if that's the way you want to go, but you can't do it within a short period of time. That can't happen.
Especially as a Knicks fan, because every time you hire a coach, you fire him after 100 games, or a year and some change. And so now you're telling your owner, if you fire Thibodeau right now, you telling your owner you want your owner to be paying 4 coaches at once. Because if you fire Tibs, you're gonna be paying the new coach, you're gonna be paying Tibs, you're gonna be still paying Fizdale, and you still paying Fisher or one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Because no matter how much you fire these guys, they're still gonna get paid. They still gonna get paid. That contract is guaranteed for them.
Yep.
And whenever you ever seen a coach, now we've seen, seen it from players where they can get their contract voided and everything. Whenever you ever seen a coach's contract get voided, Never.
Nah, not in the NBA. Not NBA
Never.
coaches. Not NBA coaches. And so the thing is what I'm saying is so there's a group of Knicks fans that say we are justified in firing Thibodeau, who is the reigning coach of the year, because the Raptors fired Dwayne Casey, who was the reigning coach of the year. Right? But I'm telling them that firing was not even that good of a firing. Nick Nurse came in behind Dwayne Casey and won an NBA title with the Raptors, right?
Yeah.
But the front office got him Kawhi Leonard, Marc Gasol, and Serge Ibaka.
Yep.
What if the front office would have got Dwayne Casey, Kawhi Leonard, Marc Gasol, and Serge Ibaka? Would he have won a championship? And think about this, Kev. After Kawhi Leonard left, what has Nick Nurse done after that? Nothing. He died Pepsi. He ain't Pepsi.
Yeah, he's not Pepsi.
He died Pepsi, bro. He Pepsi Zero. Right? And
Pepsi Zero. Even though I'm a Coke man myself, so I love Coke Zero.
Oh wow. But what I'm saying is, so because think about it, if you fire, it's the equivalent would be if you fire Thibodeau, and I pray it don't happen, not
don't think
not right now, but if you fire Thibodeau and then you bring in, say you fire Thibodeau and then you bring in Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker, right? And then Johnny Bryant win a title with Devin Booker, Spider Mitchell, Julius Randle, and RJ Barrett. People are gonna say, well, Johnny Mitchell was the man anyway. I'm glad they fired Tibs. But you got the man more weaponry to get over the hump with.
I'm going to put this on record. Your boy, Mr. One Sergeant AK G-Man Nick, whatever you want, I forget his name. That's how bad it is. He wants Thibodeau out in a hurry, in a jiffy, so Johnny Bryant can take the reins.
What has Johnny Bryant ever coached?
I know who he's developed, but I've never seen him coach.
He ain't never did nothing. Johnny Bryant ain't never did nothing, bro. I remember the Pittsburgh Steelers had a good quarterback, right? They messed around and the quarterback was struggling. They brought in Tommy Maddox, because Tommy Maddox was like, you remember Tommy Maddox? You a Steelers fan?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember Tommy Maddox. Yes.
Tommy Maddox looked good on the sideline, boy.
Yeah.
He looked great on the sideline. But then they put his ass in the game.
Please.
Hey, they put him in the game and he lost to the Cleveland Browns in the playoffs. Remember that?
Come on. The Browns. Come on.
I'm just saying.
Come on.
I'm just saying. So, but the thing about Tibs is I think we need to be patient with Tibs, because everything that's happening is not really Tibbs's fault, even though it is his fault. Right? So he's got to balance these veterans. He can't lose the veterans, because if you lose the veterans, you lose the locker room. Right?
Right. But in this case right here, I do not see the veterans, at least from Rose and Taj. I don't see them leaving, because those are Tibbs boys. Now the other ones, excluding Randle, unfortunately, you can see that happening. Unfortunately,
I would say Kemba.
Kemba showed me something on Saturday.
I'll be honest with you. I think Kemba got to go. We got to get his ass. We got to get him out of here. You know why?
Why?
Because he is sending messages. In my opinion, he is sending the wrong message to the media. Like he like with him saying he was like he don't care. He just feel like he need to play. He feel like he just want to play wherever it is. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, you just want to play wherever it is? What about us? You wouldn't sacrifice yourself for the Knicks? No, I just want to play wherever it is. We got to get him out of here. And Fournier, I still believe, I still believe the front office that told him that Julius Randle is a number 2 or number 3 option, and you could come here and possibly be the number 1 option on offense.
Oh, wow. One second. That's
Chef NYK, I'm with you. I think he already. Hey, Stephen O, listen. Stephen O, check this out. I saw Fournier wave Randle off, and Randle looked like he wanted to punch a hole in this dude's skull. Who are you to come in here and wave me off? I got this team to the playoffs last year.
Try it again.
In my opinion, I think that's what the front office must have told Fournier, because you don't come in. Oh, geez, let me do something real quick. Hold on.
If it's G-Man, I don't want him here.
Nah, I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah, hey, hold on, Kev, hold on, wait a minute, wait. Yeah, G-Man, what's good?
Freezy, you are a mad scientist, my brother. I'm telling you, you are mad.
He puts Frankenstein to shame. He put Frankenstein to shame.
That's dope. I love that. That's dope.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I had to change it up. I had to change up the other one, man. The music. It was something about the music, man. So instead of just changing the music, I just changed the whole thing.
I like that. I like that. That's dope. I ain't gonna lie. That's dope. That is dope.
Man.
So in keeping with my new intro, you know, if for those of you that watch Star Wars, and those of you that don't, I'm going to give you a brief education real quick, right? So,
first off, you ain't Darth Vader, you Jabba the Hutt.
So before I even get into that, I'm sorry, Freezy. I done came in the kitchen, then to wash my hands. I'm all in the refrigerator, touching stuff, right? So first of all, salute to the chat.
Stay off the Applejack.
Salute to you fine gentlemen on the panel this morning. If you are in the building and you have not yet hit the like button, please do so. Also, there's an opportunity for you to become a member of the Blorange Tears family and explore that membership. There are different levels, and that gives you an opportunity to to go ahead and be able to see the content that Freezy has out. That is strictly for members only. You know what I'm saying? It's a very good initiative. So having said that, I would say this: in order for there's a thing in the Star Wars universe called the Jedi influence, right? It's a specific action called the Jedi mind trick. The Jedi mind trick only works on the weak-minded. You know where I'm going with this, right? Mm-hmm. If you don't, let me help you out. That dude to your right, or on my screen, he's to the right. So yeah, when you wave your hand, you don't have to wave your hand. You can wave your pinky and get him to say what.
He's so crazy.
I'm just saying, Freezy. I'm just saying. So, all that. And good morning, gentlemen. It's good to see you guys. I hope everybody is healthy, wealthy, and wise. You know what I'm saying?
I wish I was a Sith Lord so I could take my electricity and just go to the because I'd zap you right up, man.
It's all good. Hey, go ahead.
What's going on? No, I'm saying, what's up? How you feeling?
Hey, you good? Hey, check this out. I'm sitting here listening to you guys chop it up, right? And you two gentlemen legitimately had me cut a conference call short. That was like, G-Man for life. We need for you to do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Not you.
Okay, all right. That was like, we need for you to do X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I hear what you're saying, but I have a family emergency I got to attend to right now. This minute. I got something I got to go do. I can't talk to you right now. I'll call you back afterwards. I'm going to tell y'all something real quick, right? Something that I did not, I foresaw, again, here we go with the force. I foresaw this in my vision coming to fruition, right? After this game that was just played, Danny Land. I can't do it like Freezy. Freezy give Danny his. There you go.
Danny Lands, my man.
The audio. Hey, God dog it, Danny. I gotta I did you an intro right in the I had an audio of myself saying Danny Landis is in the building.
Yeah.
That's the best. That's the best.
Yeah, it didn't play, man. So I gotta redo it. My bad. My bad. It basically what it'll do is it'll show your intro and it'll be like Danny Landis
is in the building. I like that.
Is in the building, yeah. But for some reason the audio didn't play. So.
Where I like him, I hate Sergeant. So there you go.
The ironic thing about that statement that Kev just made, nobody cares.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Freezy's like that doggone the daycare teacher when parents drop the kids off at daycare, and they start terrorizing each other. That's Freezy. He got to keep Kev separated.
Yeah, we got to keep.
I sent you a package. You should get it through Amazon. Probably in another hour or so. It's a bottle. It's a box of Today's Man. For your beer. You know what I'm saying?
Say so. Here we go, Kev. I'm gonna tell you.
So G-Man. So you heard what we was talking about then?
I did. I was listening.
Okay.
I was listening, and because I unlike some of us, I do not want to come up here uninformed and ill-advised. So when I walk in the building, I'm bringing something of substance. So I would say this. I would say that in the game against the game that we just had the other night, when the Knicks are significantly depleted from a roster standpoint, we were forced. Tibs again was forced into a situation where you have to play people that you would not normally look at all for nothing, unless you're winning by like 50 and you want to empty the bench in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. But I knew from watching these guys play the narrative would be at this point. Now, prior to this game, mind you, I'm going to give you context in this, right? Prior to this game, let me get these people off. Uh-oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Jesus Christ, what I just did. Hold on. Give me a second.
See that, Danny? He can't even work his electronic.
No, I got too many things. Playing doggone.
Good.
I got too many things hooked up to the
You got to do it for him, Kev.
You know he's 65, so you know.
Oh my goodness.
Fancy, huh?
Jeez.
So I would say this. I would say that the outcome of the game, if we had won, would be much worse than it is right now. It's bad now. It would have been worse if we'd have won. And I don't wish us losing any games at any specific time. That's never a good thing. But I hate the false narrative because I'm telling you, before the game that Fournier and Kemba were able to go out and score almost 60 points in a combined effort, we were ready to ride. Well, at least one of them, we were ready to ride them out of town from the word go. You know what I'm saying? So let's not get enamored or over enamored by one game. We always say this when we talk about playing the youth, right? You talk about playing the youth, and people will say, well, it's a small sample size. We really don't have anything to go off of when we talk about playing the youth because you're referencing their performance to summer league, or you're referencing the one game that McBride had that he was successful, the one game that Grimes had, he was successful, and things of that nature. I just want to keep things in perspective, right? Having said that, if we could get this type of performance from these two gentlemen, when I talk about them, I'm talking about specifically Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. Granted, we removed Kemba from the lineup altogether. I'm sorry, from the rotation altogether until Tibs was forced to play him. But if this was the performance we get from these guys night in and night out on a consistent basis, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's all I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, we probably would have won more games.
I'm sure we will. Come on, you're talking about. So I'm not even saying you got to score 30 points a game. No. Just give me 18, 19 points.
Give me half of your production.
Consistently. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm good. But I mean, I understand. I understand how actions or outcomes can sway opinion, and that's what they're about, right? You may feel this way one day because the situation dictates this is how you're supposed to feel based on what you saw with your own eyes. And then if you see something different, then you'll go back and say, well, maybe I was a little rash in coming to that realization. Maybe I should think about this. Or should I just go back and say, okay, take that out of the equation totally and let me think about this from a strictly statistical standpoint and remove some. I mean, there are a lot of different avenues you can go. I'll say all that to say this. I still believe the Knicks have a whole bunch of work to do. And I don't believe, I think what we just saw, and it's a combination of things, what we just saw for this game that just passed against Boston, that just puts more ointment into the mix, right? That's just more stuff, more minutia you got to kind of dig through to figure out what's the best way forward. I'm glad that these gentlemen had a good performance, in my opinion, because what that shows the rest of the NBA is they still have legs. So if you have a specific need for them, go ahead and call up the front office, make your pitch, don't call with no crazy stuff. Make a legitimate pitch, and we can go ahead and accommodate you. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't know could you get a YouTube strike for that?
Or what?
A TV playing in the background. I didn't know that. I think I do know. Well, I don't know.
I just turned it off.
Well, I don't think it's supposed to show in the background. I think that's what they're saying.
At all?
At all. Yeah.
Good Lord. Okay. Give me a second.
Yeah, people Danny, help me out. People are too
sensitive?
Yeah, there you go. I
Yeah.
was trying to look for another word too, but yeah, you're right. Sensitive.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, thank you, man. You know.
Hey, you know, I ain't here to cause. I ain't here to cause no problems unless it's just with Kev. You know?
Yeah,
I also sent you some. I also sent you some Rice Krispie treats for your teeth. You know, so that because your teeth are real raw, so you got to eat stuff that's that's soft. Hey,
Oh,
Danny,
wow.
he's got to eat oatmeal, through a straw. You know that, right?
I see that. That's what he's doing now. I see that.
Yeah.
I thought I look like
Right here.
young Kev. I look like my son's Zippy cup.
Oh!
Just kidding, bro. Just kidding, son.
Hey, he got Hennessy in there. First thing in the morning, he got Hennessy in there. That's what he got.
Top of the morning to you.
Oh, Red Bull. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, man.
But here's the question:
So
do you have wings?
I do.
Yeah, man. So G-Man, let me ask this.
Yes, sir.
So based on what you said, what's your position?
Well, I still
because you laid out a lot of stuff, and somebody listening intently could fall on either side of
the argument.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Got you.
Oh, he wants Tibs out of there.
I want to be clear to my counterparts speaking on my behalf when I was absent. He is correct. I am an advocate, a true advocate of having another head coach. Now, having said that, I also told Kev this, because we talk on a regular basis, right? I told Kev this.
Do we?
I am not a proponent of doing something that's going to be at the detriment of the team. So regardless of how G-Man feels, if it's beneficial for the team to keep Tibs on until the end of the season, so be it. But understand what comes with that, right? And I'm not saying now. I'm just telling you right now, because say for instance a situation happened like that's transpired recently in the NFL, right? In Miami, I'm sorry, in Jacksonville, right? So you have to remove said individual, because I don't want to get no copyright infringement, so nobody trying to sue me because I brought up their name and something. You remove said individual for organization because he was bad for the organization. He was relieved for cause.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's where we are with Tibs, but understand also doing that, it causes trepidation within your organization, because now you don't have a head coach. You have a feeling. You have somebody filling the role and hope that they are successful, right? We don't live by the hope creed. I bring up Johnny Bryant all the time. Why? Because Johnny Bryant is on this organization's payroll right now. I don't have to go out. I don't have to recruit him. I don't have to, sell him. I don't have to do none of that. He works for me already. Right. I'm just changing your role. Now, if you really want to talk about doing something positive, go get me Mark Jackson. Can I interest you in Mark Jackson? I'm just saying. Can I?
No.
Okay. That's fair. That's fine. But what I'm telling you is, as currently right now, what we got going on, and again, I do not want to put this whole semi-truck worth of problems on Tib's shoulders. It's not all his fault. It's not. It's not. There is a miscommunication between the employer and the employee.
Yep.
And normally when there's a miscommunication within that realm, there's going to be problems. And
Okay, so for what you just said, which I'm unfortunately in agreement with.
What?
You say,
what?
Huh?
You what? Say it again. You what?
You know what it is? Dr. Strange hit me out of my inner self. So my inner self said, I'm in agreement with you with what you just said.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Again, that's my inner consciousness, whatever, he did. What's up, CWC?
What's good? What's good?
What you just said, you said it's not all his fault. But he's the one that's not putting the rookies in.
So, Kev, this is what I want to get away from this argument. Right? The argument of rookies against vets. Right? I'm going to tell you why. There are 15 people on this roster. 15. Of those 15 people, the head coach's job is to figure out how to have them playing as a cohesive unit. Whether it be the starter, the franchise player, down to that last person that's on the bench that you're going to need in these times. And we just saw because we played Boston with 8 people in the rotation. 8. And I'm not talking about the 8 best players. We played against 8 people that were available.
Yep.
So I don't want to talk about rookies versus vets. I want to talk about who is the person who's going to come in here and gel this organization to be one. Because I'm telling you, last year when we watched these guys play, I had the feeling, and I said this before, I had the feeling that these guys were out here, regardless, hell or high water, they came to battle for one another every single night.
G-Man, but so let me say this to you, think because I think you and some others are throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? And the reason why I say that is this. I think the front office wants Tibs to play these veterans because the owner wants to win at all costs. But I think Tibs wants to bring these young guys along slowly and develop them in his image. See, the front office got guys that could patch there are holes in the boat, right? The holes in the boat, and they got guys that patch the holes, right? Right. But Tibbs has young guys that he can mold to be Tibbites, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
I like that.
You got 2 young guards that play the game like Tibbs wants the game to be played, right? But he can't play. Okay, excuse me. He can't play these guys because he can't play his rookie point guard and his rookie shooting guard because the front office went out and signed a veteran point guard and a veteran shooting guard. You feel me? The owner says, hey, we've been losing for too long. I done had 4 front offices promise me if I wait, build from the ground up, we'll have a contender, right? And now I am on the 4th front office. Everybody promised me build from the ground up, and I don't want to build from the ground up no more. I want a quick fix. I want my team to be in the playoffs.
Wait, time out. You think Dolan is about that?
A quick fix? Yes.
No, I disagree.
No, you know why
I disagree.
But listen,
okay.
Listen. So okay, all right. So I understand what you're saying. You think James Dolan is a patient owner, right? That will wait 4 to 5 years for rookies to develop, and they might make the playoffs. That might be your stance. My stance is an owner like Dolan is only going to be patient for so long before heads start to roll. Because he does everything you want an owner to do. He shut up and mind his business, give you money, and hire whoever the hell you tell him to hire. All he does is cut the check. And this is a total 180 from the owner he used to be 10 years ago.
I agree with
right?
that. Yeah.
Right? Now, with that said, you're telling Dolan, say, hey man, listen, I done this thing y'all told me to do. Right? You told me if hey Sam, I just put the link in the chat, Sam. Just scroll up some, baby.
Salute, good morning, everyone.
Hey, what's up, D'Angelo? Hey, so Dolan said, so in my mind, this is what Dolan is telling Leon Rose. Hey, y'all told me to do this thing. I done did it. I cut the check. I leave y'all alone. I sit under the basket with my stupid New York Knicks hat on every day. And don't bother nobody. I sit over there with these pretty girls and I don't say a word. And I cut the check. I hire who y'all tell me to hire. I revamped the front office. I
That's
even
right.
changed the uniforms. And I didn't say a word. And now we losing.
And where's the results?
And where are the results?
Right.
Right.
So-
and then, but let me go this last little thing here. This last little thing. Tibbs, knowing what he went through with Chicago, because the two things with Chicago, the thing with Chicago and Minnesota are different. Vinny Del Negro went through the rebuild, right? And went through all the rough spots all the years of 41 and 41 and 40 with Derrick Rose and all them when they was rookies and all that stuff. And Tibbs kind of did the successor role. What G-Man wants Johnny Bryant to be. Tibbs did that in Chicago. Like the young kids took their bumps and bruises, and Tibbs was there in Derrick Rose year 3, right at the edge of when the young players was about to blow up.
So like a Nick Nurse or a Steve Kerr.
Yeah, like a Steve Kerr, not a Nick Nurse, but a Steve Kerr for sure. For sure, a Steve Kerr. Like a Popovich, for sure. Because you remember Popovich was in the organization, and then they fired the coach. They promoted Popovich, and you know what I'm saying, and he took, you know what I'm saying, blah. Rest is history, right? But the thing is, in Chicago, he was right there at the cusp when the kids was ready. In Minnesota, the kids wasn't ready. He was trying to get the kids ready. The organization was like, well, we got Karl Anthony Towns. We ready right now. We got Andrew Wiggins. We ready right now. Y'all wasn't ready. But anyway, my point to it is if you let him mold RJ Barrett, mold Obi Toppin, mold Emmanuel Quickly, mold all these young players in his image, he will get you to the promised land. But he can't do it when you keep shoving vets down his throat. The fans are saying, play the kids. And Tibbs wants to play the kids, but he has to simplify all of his schemes so these kids can learn. You can't teach a kindergarten sixth grade math. You just can't do it. And the fans are like, everything is so basic. Everything is so basic. The reason why everything is basic is because Tibbs knows these vets ain't no good and he's trying to teach the kids. But if you have these sixth grade kids taking the SAT, they're gonna fail. So you got to simplify as much as possible. Let them learn, and let them learn a little bit at a time. Let them start on baby milk, right? Let them start on formula, then milk, then baby cereal, right? And then little kiddie food, and then kid food, and then adult food. You don't give a baby fresh out the hospital a steak. I mean, you got to bring these kids along. But the fans don't want to do that because the trap was they had a taste of success last season, and now they feel like you could just throw any old bunch of rookies in there and you could still make the playoffs. And everybody knows you can't do that. My bad, Kev.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Kev.
No. I ain't got nothing. I was listening to him.
I think that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, I'm just saying, Kevin got nothing to say. Go ahead, D.
You know, hold on. Now, hold on, D. Now, let me tell you something.
Speaking for him.
Looking, I ain't got no words for you, man. I really don't got no words for you. I'm glad we are not the real odd couple living together, man, because we be at each other's throat, man. We would be at each other's throat.
Save that content for your show.
Yeah, literally, D'Angelo.
I think Freezy said earlier. Right now, I think the locker room is in a bad. It's bad right now. Right. From what I'm hearing, and you're hearing this too, I think the Kemba situation. You got to ship Kemba out of here as fast as possible.
Out of here.
You got it, because now it is spiraling, and you just see it on the demeanor of Randle's face during press conferences. They got Tibbs' back, which is Randle, Rose, Taj. But Kemba, this thing is now turning. Wait, you're seeing that press conference with Kemba saying all that, I want to play. Now, he wants to play. Well, he's going to play somewhere else, because he is almost a cancer in that locker room right now with him being there, which is hard to say because he is a good guy. But now the players are on Kemba's side, and they're going against Tibbs. It's like a revolt, and it seems that now. So you got to get Kemba and figure out a package, get him out of here. I don't care if it's a box of basketballs. Get rid of them. Just send it away. It is turning this locker room into a cancer. It's getting bad now. And if you read some of these articles over the weekend, it was on the New York Knicks page and all this stuff. It is bad. There are a bunch of guys that want Tibs out. They're saying in the locker room, and Randall's like, no, give it time, play this, do the right thing with Tibs, and it'll be good. So Tibs is he's got a tough battle on his hands, and this protocol thing has not helped the situation at all. And now Kemba was forced to play, as we all seen him play, get 29 points, and he's like, I still got game. Why am I not playing?
Hey, D'Angelo, and you know why? You know why he scored those 29 points?
Right.
Because Enes Kanter is the worst pick and roll defender you ever saw in your life.
Yeah.
G-Man, am I lying, G-Man? Anybody in here remember Enes Kanter?
Freedom.
Yeah.
Enes Freedom for when he played for the Knicks.
and that's ridiculous.
God,
that is ridiculous.
To roast us with Enes Freedom was playing center.
Ron Artest was one thing, but this Freedom thing, I'm like, come on, man.
But
really?
but the thing about it is you got the worst case, or in Kemba's case, the best case scenario.
Best.
You go out and you play against a team with no mid-range defense because your goofy center don't know whether to guard the rim or come up on the man. And so he see Kemba Walker turn a corner and he go to the rim to guard Mitchell Robinson, who ain't even an offensive threat.
That's right.
What are you doing? Enes Freedom, what are you doing? He's still messing up the Knicks, bro. He don't even play for us.
Yeah.
Man.
It's bad. And the locker room, I don't think. I'm iffy. I don't know if Tibbs has lost the locker room right now, but there are people in there, some new faces in there that are stirring the pot, probably, and making it hard for Tibbs right now. And it's falling on deaf ears. I don't know. I could be wrong, but what it says in these articles on the Knicks page and what I heard, it doesn't sound good, man. Get Kemba out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Tibbs got to go.
Yeah, you
So
got
now
this.
you got
He's doing all this.
I don't know about Tibbs.
So now you have
He's doing all this favoritism, man. All this favoritism got to go, man.
So
But that's how all
Freeze, just real quick. Now you have three people on this
coaches
panel
work. CWC, come on, let's not be
on.
like that.
Say that again, Chuck.
Did he hear you?
I was saying that all those coaches play favoritism. Like they have their favorite players. They may get some extra playing time or extra benefits or a little nod here and there because they're his favorite. That goes back to JV high school basketball, man. Like it's a thing. So
but you got players in there now
or another coach is. Here's the thing. When it comes to those reports, I'm of this mindset. If you're not gonna put your name by it, then it's all fluff. It's all for
that. Yeah.
No, well, that too. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Some of it, yeah.
I'm with you.
Get at the podium and be like, listen, Walker should be playing, and I don't know what the coach is doing. That's something different. But people just saying that, we know that guys will come to these forums where hear us speak, or go to one of these chat rooms and read a quote by a fan who doesn't even have a real name up there. It might be Amnesty 220, and they were like, "Oh, I like that, so I'm going to use that as the basis of my article." There's complaints amongst the players that Tibbs is not the right coach, and it's like, come on, man. Like, do I agree Tibbs should be making some adjustments? Absolutely, but do I think Tibbs has the roster that he wants? I'm not sure.
Nah.
When you're building the roster, you got to make sure you get the players that the coach that you have can get the most out of. And I think there's two different things going on at one time. And sooner or later, it's going to come to a head, and they're going to have to blow the whole thing up. Meaning, you got to fire the coach. All of the guys that are 25 and above got to go, and we start from scratch. That means Knicks fans, be prepared to be losing a lot.
Yeah.
losing.
We losing right now.
But here's my
We
problem.
losing right now, so it don't make a difference.
But here's my problem.
CWC, you know what I'm saying though. You kind of being a little naive to think that this losing versus getting slaughtered every game by 30, because you don't have. We've already established we don't have that superstar that we're grooming for the future. Superstar. That Dwayne Wade, that Kobe Bryant, that Kevin Durant. We don't have that on our team yet. So you think that the young guys that we have are going to automatically put us into the playoffs? They're going to play better than the team that we had last year?
Let me say something. The second unit is better than the starter. That's a fact.
The second unit is playing against second. The second unit is playing against second unit guys. The second unit is playing against second unit guys and not starters. You have to take that into account.
What I'm saying.
Go ahead, CB. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, they need a second bench to come and help them out. They could be losing by 20, and the second bench come and help them out. Then the second unit get tired at the end because they did all that work to bring them back.
Yeah. Now, CWC. Let me just ask this to Chuck. Now you're saying that our second unit is beating the other second units, but in that first unit, on a lot of these teams, consists of young players. So why not? And I'm not saying right now. I'm not. As far as me, I'm not saying that the second unit should be starting. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that Tibbs should start incorporating some of these young players into his starting unit to go with the Randle, to go with an RJ, to go with the Mitchell Robinson. He should be doing that instead of playing. Well, see, he's the coach. So if I'm the coach, I would be sitting Kemba and Fournier down. I don't care what the front office gave me. I'd be sitting them down and bringing in some of the bringing in a
that's easier said than done, though.
Right, and I agree with that too. I agree with that as well. But
and that's why we losing.
Right, and we're going to continue to lose because he's not going to adjust to what he's because again,
exactly.
Again, a lot of these teams out here are not just having just quote unquote veterans. And if they are veterans, they're very young veterans. They're like an RJ or a Mitchell Robinson. They're young veterans.
They're not playing. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Dean.
Majority of the team playing the young guys right now. All these teams in the NBA playing almost all the young guys except for like LA Lakers. Everybody playing the young guys.
We playing our young guys too.
No.
Yeah, come on. Really, Uncle Freezy?
Wait. Okay. Yeah, all right. Kev, hold Kev. Kev. So we're not playing young guys, right? Say we're not playing young guys, but at one point we were starting Mitchell Robinson and RJ Barrett starting, right? Emmanuel Quickly is playing 19 minutes. Obi Toppin is playing 19 minutes a game in the month of December. Those are young guys, right? Now, if you say we're not playing our rookies, that's something different. You know what I'm saying? But how are you going to play? No NBA team that wants to make the playoffs is playing 7 or 8 young guys in a 10-man rotation.
Well, what I'm saying.
So you're trying to say rookies can't help us make it to the playoffs?
No, that's not what I said.
That's not what he's saying.
I said no team is playing 7 or 8 young guys in a 10-man rotation and is looking to make the playoffs.
But why is it that a team like Orlando, who has no chance of making the playoffs at all, can run up and down on us on our first unit, and we can't do that to them?
They got young guys. We don't.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting
exactly.
at.
That's the point. That's the point.
That's what I'm getting at. If you put like a Miles McBride in there at starting at point, or a whoever at the guard, if you have those guys in there, we would compete way better than what we're doing right now.
My fault, Kev.
Why-
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to say salute to everybody in the chat and the panel.
brother. I
I
appreciate
see
it, man.
G-Man look a little stressed. It's all right, G-Man.
G-Man got a new intro. Did you see G-Man intro?
Nah, I didn't see it.
Let me play. I'm gonna play G-Man intro real quick.
No.
All right, hey, so this is G-Man intro. Hey Kev, at the end, did you hear the clap? The 1 2 2?
I was
tap.
No.
Hey Chuck, I heard the joint. No, I'm gonna do you a fire intro. I heard. Is that you on the bass guitar?
Sir.
Is that you on the bass guitar?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, me, boy. What you did to that guitar, is a crime in 17 states, bro. Yo, I gotta do you something mean, boy. But you gotta give me a couple days. Give me a couple days, bro.
Take your time, Unc.
Yeah, man. Kev, this joint that Chuck Allen just sent me, bro. Will you hear it?
Okay. All right, that's tight.
Hey man. We gonna have to send him some commissary for that. Man.
But you see what I'm saying about, our starting front five. It seems like only maybe 1, 2, maybe 3. Well, I don't know about. Well, I'm saying Mitch in there, but right now it's New Orleans playing. He's barely getting up the court as well. But you have 2 guys, whereas the other starting 5 for all these other teams are just running and gunning on us.
And we had 3 centers that came and scored. Come on, man. What is that, man? What are we talking about? Come on, man.
I think y'all want y'all cake and eat it too.
Freezy. Here we go. This is why I'm here to bring.
Is this a G-Man moment?
It is.
Is this a G-Man moment? Oh boy,
it's a headache. It's a headache moment. I need some Tylenol.
Okay, so America, this is what I want you to do, right? I don't want you to get confused about individual aspects of a certain situation that's favorable.
G-Man, you gotta let it's TV, bro. You gotta let me cue you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is this a G-Man moment?
It is a G-Man moment.
Okay.
It's about to be.
I am going.
G-Man, you want me to hit it one more time? Because I didn't think he was looking.
One more time, please. Because I didn't get it.
Please, no.
CWC, do you work in the hospital? CWC,
That's what I'm talking about.
Do you work in the hospital?
So
I work at the military veteran campus.
This is what happens for you, because what people need to understand, once you see the G-Man moment come up, that means everybody else does this. Okay. So America, this is what I want you to understand, right? Don't be confused and don't make your strategy moving forward for an entire season based on one game. I understand everything Kev just said about, us getting ran out of the gym by young legs. We get beat on our own court. So that's an adjustment problem. If you're in that coaching sphere, then you need to adjust based on the opponents that are on the court that night. And then move from there, right? That's what you have the opportunity to do that. If you do it, you do. If you don't, you don't. But that is not saying that is what we're doing moving forward for the season, because every opponent is different. Right? Everyone is going to have a different player that can come out and torch you. And most people that come out and torch us, we don't even check for. This is a 6 or 7 man on the bench to come out and score 30. That's usually and it's usually in the third quarter for whatever reason. It is what it is. I say all that to say this. I believe that everyone's comments has merit, and we just need to
say that word again. Say that word again.
Merit, Kev.
Oh,
merit.
Okay.
Google it.
Okay.
So
I know what it is. I was making sure you said it right.
here we go. So I just want to make sure that just like our comments that we have here on the panel, the same thing with the Knicks organization. You need to figure out where those pieces fit together and what makes the big picture. Because right now, I think that, you know, somebody's got that corner piece that we need to put the puzzle together, and they're hiding in the back room someplace and watching everybody just run around like a chicken with a head because I look at it. That's it. I digress.
The pieces that don't fit, you got to get rid of them. You got to get them out of there. Then, especially Fournier and Kemba, they just don't fit.
Yeah.
And it's okay to take the L for that. Take the L and move on. Just take the L.
Yep.
Yeah, they're taking the L's.
Let me ask this. I'm sorry to cut you off, CW. Let me ask this question real quick, because I like to put things into perspective of how we live our lives every day, right? You go out today. It's holiday season, right? You go out and say you buy your significant other a vehicle. This vehicle is they've been online, they've been shopping, they know all the options, they know the color, they know the interior, they know everything that you got, and you find a great deal. I'm talking about $5,000 under invoice that you can go out and get this and have it in the driveway with a big red bow on it on Christmas Day, and you go get this car. The day after Christmas, you go out and start the car don't start. But when the car does start, now you got an oil leak. Okay, I can deal with that. I can go, get that fixed. But then you try to drive it to the store to put gas in and the transmission fixed. So you just bought a lemon.
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to continue to put money into this lemon? Or are you going to take that lemon back to whoever you got it from and try to recoup some of your funds? What are you doing?
You're talking about Kemba?
That's the situation the Knicks have.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. That's something you can understand, right? You can understand you spending your hard-earned money on a product, and then the product is not what you thought it was going to be. And then you got to figure out, am I going to continue to sink money into this product, or I'm going to try to cut my losses now and find something different? What are you doing?
That's one car that's a lemon, but we have two lemons, so it's going to be hard to.
Yeah.
I don't want to go there, D'Angelo, but yeah, you're right. We both
but I get what you're saying. Makes sense.
That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I think we in trouble, man.
We've been in trouble. We've been in trouble, Uncle Freezy.
But here's the thing: we're 4 games under 500. Around this time last year, I believe we were 5 games under 500. Did you have a better feeling last year than you do this year?
This year.
Yes. Well, let me say this, Kev. I'm gonna say this, and this is I want to say this because what it is I think y'all think hope floats, right? I think we think all we got to do is such and such and such and such, and we'll get hot, we'll kick it into gear, and we'll make the playoffs. Bro, we are 4 games away from having the worst record in the NBA.
Yep. Down.
Say that
it ain't happening this year.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 4, not okay. So I misread that. We are 4 games away from being tied with Oklahoma City. Detroit and Orlando have 5 and 6 wins respectively, but we are 8 games away from Detroit, right? What I want to tell everybody is we are just as close to the bottom as we are to the top. We keep looking at the top like all we got to do is get right and we can catch them guys at the top. But man, listen, with all this stuff going on, bro, we might be that team at the bottom. And the thing is we keep wanting to blame Tibs, but bro, your point guard can't play defense, right? Your shooting guard can't play Evan Fournier and Kemba couldn't guard a dude named Josh Richardson Saturday night.
Yeah, man.
Not Tatum.
That was painful.
Not
that
Tatum, not Brown. Right. Not Tatum, not Brown. Not Tatum, not Brown. Because Julius Randle guarded Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Saturday night. And nobody even said a 255-pound man guarded one of the best athletes in the game Saturday night.
2 of them.
Right? And nobody mentions what Randle did defensively Saturday night. But they keep saying, well, Kemba scored 29.
Yeah, but where was the defense for that? I mean, the defense. You know, I'm agreeing with you, Freeze. I'm agreeing with you.
Right, that's what I'm saying, man. We do this. It's like Knicks fans are the WWE referee. Every time the underdog start winning, he turn his back. The villain, every time the villain is winning, every time Ric Flair puts somebody in the figure for the referee right there, right? But every time Dusty Rhodes put him in the headlock, the referee is knocked out. How the referee get knocked out and then nobody even over there? You know what I'm saying? It's the WWE. We keep, bro, Julius Randle guarded Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown Saturday night. And I ain't seen yet one fan give Julius Randle props for at least trying. You know what I'm saying? Them dudes are elite. He at least tried at 255, right? These dudes is 220 athletes, right? But Joe got Burks and 48 guard.
Yeah, Burks doesn't look like the guy from last year. I'm sorry. Burks does not look like that dude from last year.
Yeah, and watch in the chat. So I said Julius Randle guarded Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and watch the chat fill up with Randle hate. Well, Randle shoe was untied.
Oh, right. Nick's Live says, Nick's Live says that Randle has so many turnovers.
Right, it's coming, bro.
I didn't even see that on Saturday. He didn't have so many turnovers. But what you said earlier, we let a dude get off who we didn't count on that happening.
Josh Richardson.
Yeah, Josh Richardson. Hold on.
I mean, come on, man. Nobody is pointing out that Evan Fournier couldn't guard Josh Richardson. We say Evan Fournier had 30 points.
Man, the hip
points didn't get us to win.
Hip water. That's his new name.
Right. Yeah, man. I mean, we constantly do that, and we're gonna blame Tibs too. We're gonna blame, and somebody in the chat, about 10 people in the chat, gonna be like, well, Tibs kept calling the same play over and over. You know what I'm saying? And how in the world can you expect Miles McBride, Quentin Grimes, and the young fellas to learn if you keep changing up stuff? Man, put them in the game, let them get comfortable running the basic stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like what Joe Judge did to the Giants quarterback. Mess around, come in with all that fake fancy stuff, and now the quarterback don't know what play to run, and the offensive line won't block, and the young fella back there getting killed. Now he's talking about he a bust. And Knicks fans do that to rookies all the time. Right.
That's right. Giants lost yesterday, didn't they?
Outside of Porzingis, when's the last time you seen a rookie develop in a straight line, like just straight develop year after year after year, get better?
Kevin Knox. No, I'm just kidding.
Frank Ntilikina.
RJ Barrett.
I think he took a step back this year, bro.
Honestly, you could argue Shumpert before that Pacers series. If we're being honest.
Yeah, that was year 2, right?
Well, he hurt his knee.
Shannon Fry.
First grade. Yeah.
No, Lord.
I'll tell you
Lauren Woods.
You know who did get better, and then we traded him, and then he went on to win a championship. David Lee.
Yeah.
That's a dude that should have stayed with us.
Yeah, I just feel like
I honestly believe that these 3 rookies that we have right here, I think they'll be with us for the long haul, including Obi. He's not a rookie, but I think these guys will develop. I would see them, getting better each year.
That's a projection, but what I asked you was for data that supported a rookie getting better year after year.
No, I agree with you. But what I'm saying, what I'm telling you is my projection, would be these guys this year, just so Sargent can give up his fanhood for Mr. One Obi Toppin, which I don't think will ever happen.
No. And freezing that question that you have is kind of subjective from the standpoint if you have to put these guys from that standpoint, everybody has to be on the same playing field or similar playing fields, right? I can't compare a rookie that's getting starting minutes to a rookie that's coming off the bench. and then kind of evaluate their gains or their losses, where they contribute, where they don't contribute, and things of that nature. So, but I understand the question, and I think it's a fair question from the standpoint of we need to understand. Number one, everyone develops at a different rate, right? Everybody develops at a different rate, and then based on the situation that you find yourself, that could put you in a situation to where you're forced to develop earlier than your contemporaries or your counterparts that are in your same draft class, or maybe even a draft class ahead of them. So, and again, like I said before, I don't really buy into the whole conversation rookies versus vets. What I buy into is you got 15 people on your roster. The organization's job, and I'm gonna say the organization, whether it be the head coach, the front office, the leader of the team, whomever it is, your job is to bring these guys together and get the best product you can get night in and night out. And we don't have that right now. Oh no, level. Oh no, level.
Yeah. So why are you blaming Tibs for that? If you know the front office brought in Kemba to go in front of McBride.
I would start McBride and Grind in the starting lineup.
I'm gonna tell you why I blame Tibs. I blame Tibs because regardless of if I feed you, if I give you a set of groceries, right, and it's nothing in your bag that you send me to the store to get, but I bring you those groceries back. Your job is then to put the best meal you can put on the table for the people who's got to consume.
Can he just make a freaking point?
You have to make adjustment. You have to make adjustment. That's what it is.
So freeze it. Once I drop the groceries off on the table, it's your job to put the best meal together available for the people that's interested.
So in other words, if you buy me a steak, you don't want no hot dogs, right?
Well, G-Man.
I'm just asking a question. I'm going by your logic.
G-Man, you're saying though, because what Tibbs is, he's just very one-dimensional too. And this is why he's bounced around as a coach. He hasn't, it didn't work out with the Bulls. I mean, he's just one-dimensional. He doesn't broaden it, and change things up. Yeah.
So, D'Angelo, I agree with everything you're saying, but my point is this: regardless of what your classifications are, we can that's a separate conversation of what you're able to do versus what you're doing. Now, if you tell me that I bring you said groceries to fix food and you don't have cooking skills, I got it. You gonna get in there and burn up everything that's in the bag. I got it because you can't cook, right?
Right.
But if you have an inkling of how to boil water, you can at least make me some boiled eggs. I can leave that. You know what I'm saying? At a minimum, I understand what your restrictions are.
G-Man, you are assuming that the front office has no say in what goes on the court.
I don't like to assume, because you know what they say about assumptions, right? I hate to assume. What I'm going to tell you is this. I feel like whatever conversations that need to be had before these players step on the court, you need to have them. And then whatever the outcome is on the court, that people that are going to be held accountable are going to be held accountable. Now, if what you say is true, Freezy, if what you say is true, and Tibs is being directed to do things, he needs to stand up and say that and stop taking the criticism.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, I ain't stupid. I got a job. I have an employer. And you got to be strategic in the ways that you move in order to get your point across. I'm not dumb, right? So I understand that. But what I'm saying is this: until somebody brings something to light that says the front office is directing Tom Thibodeau to make these roster adjustments and playing people these amount of minutes, then Tibs gets the blame. I mean,
he's got a point. Unfortunately, he's got a point.
But Kev, no. But listen to this. So y'all are agreeing that until the media puts out a report that Tom Thibodeau has bosses that tell him how to do it, tell him what to do, then he don't have bosses that tell him what to do.
Nope. I'm telling you, until the front office and Tom Thibodeau, I don't care what the media says, because that's speculation. Because nobody's in these meetings, nobody's in these rooms when these people have these conversations. I need to hear something from Leon Rose, Worldwide West, Tibs, Johnny Bryant, somebody that's in the organization. I don't care about what Sal Pella, whatever his name is, or Bergman, or nothing. I don't care about none of that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care about none of that. All that's irrelevant to me because they're clickbait. They want people to see their channel, right? I don't care about none of that.
What is it?
I want legitimate voices in the organization with legitimate things they heard and they said, not something I hear, not speculation. That's all I'm looking for. The rest of that is hyperbole. I don't care about that.
Yeah, but I still don't know how fair it is, man.
But
Kev, did your boss tell you what to do?
Yeah.
So why is it different for Thibodeau? So
again, we have to hear that from. We have to have
Not with
evidence.
this front office.
Yeah, we have to have evidence that the front office is doing it.
You have to have evidence that his boss is telling him what to do.
His boss is telling him to win. His boss is telling him to win. That's what they should be telling him.
How do you because just 10 seconds ago you said you don't know that because you need to get some verification, and then you just said verification. And 6 seconds ago you said you need verification.
So let me help. So my counterpart is Johnny right now. So let me throw him a life preserver.
Whoa. You know what? I take back everything I said, man. I take back everything I said.
So let me help you out in this right? I don't need the front office to say anything. I don't need for kids to say anything because everything that I see, the actions on the court or the results from what we see in the gameplay says everything I need to say. Now, if you feel like you need to clarify why this happened, why this action happened, I will afford you the opportunity to do so, right? So without your input and without you trying to clarify the narrative that you won't put forth, I'm going to have to arrive at my own conclusion based on what I've seen on the floor. Now, absent of someone bringing to light that as the head coach of the New York Knicks organization, someone has directed me who to play, how long to play them, and what rotations to put into effect. I have one person to put. One person gets that blame for me. After that, what I just said, one person, and that's the head coach. I'm sorry. Now, if at some point you don't get tired, you're a boxer. Right?
So you don't want to. So basically, you telling me is you don't want to cut the head off the snake. You want to cut the neck off the snake. What
I'm telling you is, I want those that needs to be held accountable to be held accountable. If somebody is forced in this man's hand, then the person that's forced in the hand needs to be held accountable.
Listen, honestly,
Tibs ain't the head of the snake, Tab.
What is that?
That LCWC. I think he was thumb wrestling or something.
Thumb wrestling. Hey, Chris, you see him, man? You see him?
Hey, let me ask you this.
You see what I was talking about, Kev?
Let me ask you this. You are a boxer, right?
Yeah, I used to do this.
Okay. So at some point, what?
I used to box too.
Stop, Kev. I ain't talking about boxing.
You're not serious. You ain't serious. You're not serious.
I'll give you 5 across your lip.
G-Man, you can just look at the stance and know. You can just look at that.
You might want to be doing this right here. Hey, but on certain days, depending on who you were fighting, you got tired of taking that jab to your left eye. Mm-hmm. At some point, you got tired of that, right? And
very tired.
You felt like, okay, I'm tired of taking this jab to my left eye. I need to do something different. Right. I need to change the game, or I ain't gonna be able to see out this eye for the next 2 weeks. And I'm gonna have to explain to Miss Mocha why she looking like 3 people instead of 1, and she ain't gonna be happy about that, right? So that's the same thing with this organization. We go in, night out, and again, we have seen different lineups. And we've seen different outcomes based on the lineups that's on the court when they're on the court, based on who we have seen that. I'm not telling you nothing that you haven't viewed with your own eyes, right?
Right.
But the problem is, I guess the recollection that we come to after said game. The same thing we're talking about right now with this Boston game. Evan Fournier comes out, scores 32 points. Kemba Walker comes out, scores 29 points, and now all of a sudden the next thing coming on just going to resurrect the New York Knicks basketball season. Stop it.
That's what. But G-Man, that's what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is, if you thought you was gonna see Miles McBride and Quentin Grimes, then you're wrong, because the front office brought in Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. Remember we had this discussion? Remember when we sung the song "Splinters in Your Behind"? Yep. Splinters in your behind. Yep. Splinters in your. And the reason why is because at the beginning of the season you could deal with Fournier, right? We didn't have a point guard, so there was a pathway for Quigley to start, Derrick Rose to be the backup, and Miles McBride to get the third point guard minutes, right, until he acclimated himself and either beat out Quigley or Rose, right? There was a pathway, but then the front office went out and got. Listen, when they asked Tibs about point guard, Tibs was like, "I like big physical point guard that can get 2 feet in the lane." Remember that? Yeah, spray the ball, 3-point shooters. Remember that? Tibbs said that.
I remember that. Yeah,
that's a quote from Tibbs. I like big physical point guards that can get 2 feet in the lane and spray the ball out to 3-point shooters. And what did the front office do? They was like, "Oh, okay, that's what you want. I got you. I'm gonna get you a tiny point guard that can't get in the lane and shoot threes and not play defense." And then G-Man is telling me until I hear the front office say it, I don't believe it.
Okay, so let me ask you that. So let me tell you this. What you just said, Freeze, what you just said.
And listen, I'm not knocking G-Man. That's my dog. Y'all know G-Man is my man. Y'all know that. I just think we on opposite ends of
what you just said. The only point guards that were out there at that time was Lowry, Alonzo Ball. Am I missing anybody, guys? Am I missing anybody? And Schroeder. Okay, so out of those three, probably Schroeder would have been the only one, because the other two guys, they were looking for the bag, which they got, somewhat got from Miami. And
DeRozan was out there.
Kev, you just totally missed what I said.
What are you saying? What are you saying? What I'm saying is maybe Kemba was, the only one that they could have gotten.
Kev, listening is fundamental.
Oh, whatever.
Because I just said, no lie, less than a minute ago, I said there was a pathway for Quigley to start, Rose to be the backup, and Miles McBride can get rotation minutes and until he get acclimated and good enough at the system where he could try to beat out Rose or Quigley. Did anybody else remember hearing me say that?
Yeah, I heard you. But what I was saying,
so how are you? So
But I was going by what you were saying about what Tibbs was asking. You said Tibbs was asking for this, so they got you this right here. But they went opposite and got you this right here. I'm just going off that thing. I totally agree with what you're saying. I totally agree with what you're saying. They should have went that route instead of going that. They brought
Kemba in last minute. They didn't have to go get Kemba. If they didn't just left things. Yeah, if they just left things as it were, Rose start Quigley to back up and McBride getting rotation minutes, or Quigley the starter, Rose to back up, and Miles McBride getting rotation minutes, we'd have been, in my opinion, based off what y'all said, based off of getting information from y'all, we'd have been fine because Miles McBride would have been getting at least 10 to 12 minutes a game from the jump, right? And then he could have weaned off of Derrick Rose's minutes or Quigley's minutes, or they could have played together and my man could have got more minutes. But the front office didn't do that. The front office saw that and it was like, no, we don't have faith in these young boys. Let's go get a veteran.
What successful?
No, Tibbs wanted a veteran. Tibbs
don't want a 6
He's saying Tibbs don't want Kemba though. That's what he's saying.
He said it pre-draft. Tibbs was talking about what he wanted, and they didn't get him that.
Right. They got him the complete opposite.
Summer League. Yeah, during the Summer League, they were interviewing him. I remember that interview.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah. And they went out and got him the complete opposite. And then people got mad when Tibbs tried it, didn't like it, and put it up. Y'all ever did? You ever went to a restaurant and ordered something new, and you were like, I usually don't get this because I for the most part, don't eat this. and then you order it just to try it, and then you get it and don't like it?
Right.
It's garbage. Yeah.
Right.
It's garbage.
Well,
Yeah.
well, guess
Good
what?
analogy.
Ben Simmons out there. Go get Ben Simmons. He out there.
But see WC. See how you dodged the joint just now? See when I proved to you that Tibs was not a fan of Kemba from goal, you moved the goalpost and said, well, go get Ben Simmons. How about give Tibs some credit? Tibs said what he wanted.
Credit.
Yeah, because like CWC said, yo, I want an intro.
You ain't gonna.
CWC, did you not say you want an intro? You said you want an intro, right?
Sometimes you don't always get what you want. You know what I mean?
CWC, I'm telling
Tibbs
you.
have to.
Oh.
Tibbs have to
boy.
learn that, man. He have to make adjustments.
He ain't gonna
on the
learn it
court.
now at his age. He ain't gonna learn it now. Tibbs is just gonna
See,
be
that's
who
the
Tibbs
problem.
is.
That's that stubborn coming in his head.
But that's what
You
we
know,
were getting.
we losing right now, right? We losing right now.
Right.
Play the youth. If Orlando Magic get above us, that's embarrassing. I would blow up the whole thing if that happened.
But CWC, here's one thing, D'Angelo. People keep saying that if we play the youth, the rookies, that we're tanking. And I had this conversation with my counterpart, unfortunately. What I was saying was, as long as you have a coach in Tibbs that has been through the fire, that has taken his team to that shouldn't matter, because he's going to put them in the best position.
Right. But it's such a.
So it's not saying that it's an absolute that we're going to tank just because you're playing these playing the youth.
It's such a seesaw kind of a feeling. Like I'm in between. Like there are those times we'll go on a winning streak like last year. Tibbs is the great coach of the year, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden now we're losing with this, and I see it because I'm doing the same thing. Where you get so angry, you're like, well, Tibbs, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Right. We get those losses and we're bashing them like I've been doing. I'm willing to say it. And then we get to go on a winning streak. Oh, he's a great coach. He's this, he's that. So we're back and forth because there's a frustration level that we're going through with this, and it really is, because we want to win so bad. And then when we lose, we're always looking for somebody to blame. And there is a lot that Tibbs does that we feel, and that's his flaws. That's what his flaws were with the other teams that he was with. That's why he hasn't won the chip, maybe as an assistant coach, but other than that, as a head coach, we see a lot of his flaws. Defensively, he's a genius. Offensively, he's not, even with substitutions that we question, but I'm back and forth with this. If we went on a winning streak right now, and we went on an 8-game winning streak, well, what we got, we would call him the great coach again. And then all of a sudden we lose a couple, and then we're on him. And I'm first to admit, I'm on him. And I see the flaws, but do I think he needs to get fired this year? No. Let's see what happens next. No. I mean, it's not fair to him what he's been dealt with especially Fournier and Kemba that the front office is giving us. Right. That was a mistake, and we all know it's a mistake. And now they got. What's that?
Sergeant G-Man wants to get rid of him now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so let me be clear, because the last thing I hate for people to do is put words in my mouth. Right? So let's be clear. I believe there's a different path from a head coaching standpoint for the New York Knicks organization. Now, what I'm not going to do is upset the apple cart and make the situation 80 times worse than what it is right now by extracting a head coach that is not all bad. Right?
Fully agree.
I believe that there are some things that I definitely would never do. I'm telling you right now, never. But, and however, the man deserves the respect of setting the foundation for the New York Knicks. But where I draw my problem with him.
Is that crunching?
I don't know. It sounds like somebody eating nachos.
It sounds like you eating cookies.
You can see my face. Am I eating cookies right there? Here we go. So What I would say is this with Tibs, right? He came in, he was able to establish a foundation when we had no foundation. He was able to elevate or assist in the elevation of the team that we thought was going the opposite direction fast, right? To the point of the number 8 pick, the New York Knicks selected Obi Toppin in the draft. They're like, what's going on? Because at that point, we were about to ride Julius Randle out of town on the next thing smoking about it here. Plane, train, or automobile, he was gone. But then he turned his game around and then everything changed. Tibs came in, did what he did, and I salute him for that. I say all that to say this. And I think, now that I sit here, in retrospect, when people and old people, when you're over 50, you have to take a little bit of time to kind of reflect on what you heard. Processing speed, like an old computer, processing speed, the IBM, the Commodore. A lot of y'all don't know what a Commodore is. Google that, right?
Not Lionel Richie, not Tom Joyner.
Computer.
Tom Joyner. You're on the computer.
So the process is so slow. So I listened to what Freeze had to say, and then I had to compartmentalize what he said. And I'm like, okay, well, that has merit, and it makes sense. And you can see how one thing affects the next. And I see all that to say this. When I look at Tibs, right now, Tibs is an easy target. He's the person that's standing out front with a big bullseye on his chest that says, you got to shoot me because I'm the head coach and we're fellas. And I've been lobbing hand grenades at him day one after another, and hitting him center mass every time, but he's still standing, right? I can't do nothing about that. I say this, to Freezy's point, if the head coach of your organization, the person that manages the on-floor personnel tells you, I need a supervisor to come in here to manage this madness that's on the floor, and this is the character or the character of this person I need to have. I need for him to be strong-willed. I need for him to be very opinionated. I need for them to have the foresight to see what needs to happen before it happens, right? But what I hire is someone that's docile, someone that lets the inmates run the asylum, and they have no idea what the production of the floor is going to be the next day. I just gave you the opposite of what you asked me.
Right.
And you expect for me to be successful at that point. Right. I'm just saying now, Tibs, not the long-term head coach for the New York Knicks. Not even almost. Let's be honest. Not even almost. Right? But I believe, and I don't believe I'm saying this. I do not believe I'm saying this. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus Christ. And it's like bile coming up on my throat right now for me to have to say this. I believe we have to give him just a little bit of leeway. Just a little bit. A little bit.
Who, Tibs?
Tibs. A little bit.
Oh man, I thought you said about me.
No. I got some other words for you. I can't say I'm on. But what I would say is this, Freezy. What you said has merit in it, and if you're not given the tools we need in order to succeed, how can we expect you to be successful? To be honest. Right. And Tibs is on record, to your point, in an interview, saying the model of a point guard that he needs to see for the scheme of maneuver that he wants to use to run his team. And you bring him the exact opposite.
Right.
And then expect for him to be successful. And then not only do you bring him the exact, you bring him inconsistent opposites that are on the tail end of their careers.
Yep.
So
they're not even young enough to change.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to change. What they're doing right now is, it's like, imagine this. Go home. I want everybody, after you get off this podcast right now, I want you to go in the kitchen, right? Get you 2 eggs. Put them in the pot and boil them and attempt to make deviled eggs. If you never made deviled eggs, see how that comes out.
Yeah. Right. I will, and so the thing too is, Tibs also said at the draft, when Grimes was lighting it, the whole Knicks crew was sitting courtside for the game that Grimes was lighting it up, the final game of the NBA Combine. Y'all remember that?
Yep.
Quentin Grimes was lighting the place up, and the Knicks had a front row seat, and they interviewed Tibs, right?
Mhm.
They were at the time. At the time, we didn't know we was going Grimes. We didn't know that Grimes impressed the Knicks that much.
Right.
We just knew Grimes was going off. But like, hey, this kid Grimes is balling. But anyway, they asked Tibs what the Knicks needed out of the draft. He said every successful playoff team has tall, long 3-and-D defenders about 6'8" that can defend as well as shoot and play make.
Mhm.
That's what we need. And so the front office was sitting right there, and you know what they got, Tibs?
Kemba Walker.
Three guards out the draft, 3 guards at 6'4" and under.
Yeah.
He said it right there in front of them on national TV. NBA TV, they asked him, what do the Knicks need? We need 6'8" wings that can defend, shoot, and play make. And the front office that was sitting right, Scott Perry was arm length from Tibs, right? And you know what they got Tibs out of the draft? 3 guards that's 6'4" and under.
So let me ask you this, Frankie.
You want me to pull it up? Let's find it. Let's find it, because y'all don't believe me. Y'all don't believe me, bro.
You got to pull it up. I believe you.
No, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
This is what he does. I heard it too. Anthony D is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Salute.
Salute.
Don't get me wrong, I like the rookies. I like the rookies. I like what they bring, but we have to understand. Okay, let me use this for context. It's not a comparison. It is not a comparison. I'm using it for context. Did the Joker start his first year?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Came off the bench.
No.
Came off the bench.
Yes.
And he came off the bench most of the second year until they made the switch where he started the rest of the season.
Right.
The following year, they said, okay, well, Nurkic, time for you to go, buddy, because we've got our guy.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
That's right. He went to Portland, right? He went to Portland, right?
Sent him to Portland for Mason Plumlee. Okay. So
that's right there.
Exactly. Like, listen. Like, I don't think any of these guys are going to be the Joker. Granted, he went in the second round, didn't come over until the following year after he played over there in Serbia. I think our guys need to learn just a tad bit more. Should they be getting more playing time? Yes. But when you have a bunch of people ahead of them, how are they going to get that time? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, Kevin Knox had a great first year, and then after that, you signed every small forward that was available. The next couple of
malpractice.
Malpractice.
Yes.
So I believe that Tibs probably was going to rock with McBride as the second unit point guard. But then the front office had an idea. Well, let's get Kemba Walker. They just bought him out. He's the hometown kid. We can get him on the cheap, which they did. But he doesn't fit what Tibs does. Well, let me say this. Him and Fournier can't be on the floor at the same time with Julius Randle, because there's no defense from either one of those 3 guys. And that just makes things look awful. Like, wow, our defense regressed that bad? No, you have 2 people on the wings that can't guard anybody. That puts pressure on the front court to now have to defend. Now you have Noel and Mitch trying to run across the defense to try to stop a guy because he got blown by the point guard or the wing. So these 2 guys, I understand the logic, more shooting, more scoring. But when the defense is this awful, you can't have them both. Like, even in Golden State, Steph Curry is not a great defender, but everybody else is. Everybody else can play defense. You understand? So you have an ability to hide him. you can't hide him and Fournier. Like, how is that possible? Especially when Julius is not a lockdown defender. Like, he's a good team defender when you don't put too much responsibility on his plate. Now, when he's got to try to guard his man, your man, and then be the man on offense, something is obviously going to lack. I think the front office didn't take into consideration that the parts may look shiny, may look good, but they don't fit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember what I had first. My first car was a Ford Probe. I thought it was fast. I was wrong. It was slow. But I said, oh, I thought it was fast. It was like, oh, I'm gonna get the Mustang alternative. Wrong. Trash. So I went to get some rims, right? I went to buy them off a guy. They look real nice. There was some ICWs, chrome. I was like, oh, these is gonna be fly. Sarge, when I put those rims on that car and try to turn, it was like I had no power steering whatsoever. I couldn't make I was pulling the wheel like, Nice rims, look good, got them at a cheap price, but they didn't fit. They weren't right for my car. Yeah, the lugs fit, but they weren't the right rims for the car. And it was just like, oh man, what am I going to do? Had to sell them, had to get rid of them, had to take a loss on the rims that I just bought. I paid like $800 for them. Had to take a loss, had to sell them for $5, just so I could get something else that actually fit. So
and worked.
And they worked. They worked. I ended up getting like some Luxor wire wheels or something like that. But the car wasn't worth what I was doing to it anyway. But anyway,
hey Chuck, real quick, you should have sold the Sergeant because you could have gotten a fortune off him.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm not going to say that. Something
Go ahead, Chuck. Don't let that troll interrupt you. Go ahead.
But yeah, our parts don't necessarily fit. Yes, the names suggest that, okay, these should be good parts, but for what we do, they're not. Should the rookies get some more time? Yes, absolutely. I think you got to figure out a way to get them in there, because I think they can bring something, particularly with that second unit, that can build their confidence, and by the end of the year, maybe you can push them into the starting lineup and let them start here and there. They were impressive in those outings, but like I said, using this context, we all know what the Joker is now, but he did not start his first year, and he had some pretty good stats. I think it was probably like 9-9 or 9-8, something like that. It took him some time before he was able to establish himself, and then they were able to move on. There was a guy that they had that they were relying on in Nurkic.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they saw that the guy that they invested in was ready, they shipped him out. And I feel like maybe the same thing might happen with Julius Randle. Buy some time till your rookies get to a point like, okay, now we can get rid of this guy. We can trade this guy and get something else for him. And now we have a starting cohesive unit who's been playing together for the past year or 2 years as the second unit. Now they're the starters. When CWC was bringing up Orlando, most of those guys had played with each other already. They've been on the team. The only new person on that team that is getting minutes like that is Cole Anthony, right?
That's it. Everybody else been. You're right. Let me say this to Chuck's point, and I think to your point, Chuck, what people are not talking about right now, right?
Right.
And this is where, as fans, we kind of sidestep reality versus what we want to see happen. in real time. So let me ask the panel this question. If today, it's not even 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time yet. So at 1 o'clock today,
You in Japan.
the NBA comes in and says everyone that's on protocols right now has been returned to the basketball team. Do we expect automatically for these guys to be able to come back and play at the level they were playing on before they went on?
I hope so. Oh, by the way, you talk about Yeah.
No.
You talk. Hey, Sarge. You talk about COVID protocols. Remember we were talking about how Josh Richardson had burned us for 27, and the next day he'd be entered in COVID protocols.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Just read it.
I ain't even get into that, but what I'm saying is this: like, anytime you remove a person from what they do day to day, so think about this for a second. You work your job every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whatever your schedule is, right? You take a 2-week vacation. 2 weeks. You go out, you enjoy your family, you do what you do, decompress, so you can come back fresh, right? I promise you, you are not coming back into that same situation the same way that you left. Yes, you are decompressed, your stress level is lower, but your proficiency level, you got to get back up to speed on what's going on. Same thing with the players that's coming back from this protocol, right? We can't expect these guys to come back. Look, America, let me explain this to you. Crazy? I'm about to have a G-Man moment. Brother.
Somebody got the on?
Yeah, somebody trying to turn into the next
That's D'Angelo.
Sorry, guys. I'm out.
Look, they do G-Man's about to go to the left. I got the blinker on. It's about to happen. So I'm telling you right now, if you're expecting for Grimes to come back and have the same output of performance he had when he went into protocols, you're dead wrong. If you're expecting for McBride to come back and have the same output and game performance that he had before he went in protocols, you're wrong. Now, and it's unfair because people will say, gee, man, but you're picking on the rookie. If you expect for my guy, my man, my mellow, one Mr. Obadiah Toppin to come back into this game when he's allowed to return, have the same output out of the gate that he had before he left, you're wrong. Now,
no.
The question is, how soon or how fast can we get back to what the norm or what we perceive the norm to be?
G-Man, what are you talking about, G-Man?
What I'm talking about is expectations, Freeze.
Why you don't think Obi is going to play 20 minutes a game and put up 12 and 7?
Because that's not realistic.
That's what he was doing in December.
Okay, in December.
Right.
So how long has he been out of the game right now? How long? Now, I'm not saying he may have a secluded spot that he goes in, he gets his work in, he's got specific people that are allowed to be around him, and he's still able to, get some semblance of a workout in, but it's not the same as being with the team every day. It's not the same. Let's not get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. You can't substitute a doggone if your recipe calls for oregano.
11 and 5. I'm sorry, not 12 and 7. 11 and 5.
11 and 5. If your recipe calls for oregano and you're gonna go out and get some basil and think that this is gonna taste the same, you are truly delusional right now.
G-Man, we can't expect a top 8 pick to come in and get 11 and 5 in 20 minutes. Because if he can't get 11 and 5, he need to be out of here.
Okay, so
if he a top 8 pick and he can't get 11 and 5 in 20 minutes, I don't want to hear this stupid Obi talk no more.
He's a young guy too. He's a young guy.
So tell me this. So in your analogy, when is he coming back and when is he asked to be inserted into the equation?
I don't know when he's coming back. I was keeping track of that, but I don't keep track of that no more because because the thing is with that thing going around like it is, cats come back and then they might disappear again. So you never know. But for a top 8 pick, given 20 minutes a game, not to be able to at least get 11 and 5.
Okay.
Why are we keeping him around?
So number one, we're assuming, and again, you know what I said about assuming, right? I hate to assume. So we're assuming he's going to get 20 minutes a game right off the bat coming back. I don't see that happening with Tibs. I just don't. He's going to have to work his way back into the status that he had prior to this protocol thing coming about. And in that, he's going to work himself back to the before. I have no doubt about his athleticism. My doubt comes into how is that athleticism going to be used. Now, it's one thing to say, to Chuck's point, when you talk about driving a Ford probe, right? Now, you know what that probe is, but you at the light, and you roll up against a Lamborghini. And for whatever reason, you feel like that you're on equal footing, right? And so you revving your engine, you doing your thing.
You revving that 4-cylinder, boy.
You revving that four banger up, right?
Yeah, and, man. You done spent about $17 worth of gas at the stoplight.
Exactly. And look, $17 worth of gas and about $200 worth of rubber on that front end drive. End, because you about to burn the rubber off that front end.
Right, knowing you got them tires from Walmart.
And stop playing. Stop playing right now. All I'm saying is, but my point here is, let's just give these guys a chance to get acclimated back to what's going on with the team before we expect them to go out here and have the same type of performances they had before they went into protocol. Because that performance is not coming right off the bat. It's not, and I can already hear the narrative. We're talking about trade. We're talking about starting youngers, and they coming out and they got for whatever, and they're not doing this and that. Dude, let's be real. Let's
be real, man.
Knicks fans, and I know this is
the league is going, but the league is going through the same thing. So everybody's going to come back the same way.
Yeah. You are 100% correct, but this is.
And then we playing Detroit tomorrow, bro. We playing Detroit.
This is the problem, though. We are talking about realistic people in the rest of the league, and then we have New York Knicks fans. We have a whole nother stratosphere in which we live in. We have a whole nother different expectations of people that are on our roster and what they need to do day in, day out. Let's be honest. Because some of the players we're talking about right now, if they're on other franchises, other organizations, we're not even having this conversation. Not even almost. All I'm asking is this, fellas. All I'm asking is this, chat. Do not crucify these players when they come back right out the gate. Now, if they're out the gate and we 3 weeks in and you have not produced, then yeah, you got to call a spade, right? But you cannot realistically expect these guys to spend out of the rotation, separated from their team, separated from what they do day in and day out. That's that normal. Imagine this: if your alarm clock went off and you used to getting coffee first thing in the morning, and you wake up and then ain't no coffee pot in the house. What you doing? And you one of them people that can't function without coffee first thing in the morning. There's no coffee pot in the house, and the closest Starbucks is 20 miles away from you. What are you doing? You got to adjust. I'm just asking you, give them the latitude to be able to adjust to the comeback. That's all I'm asking. And I think we'll be better for it at the end of the day. And I'll shut up.
I agree. Everything you said, yeah, makes sense. We got to see what's going to be. I mean, this is such a mess with this protocol stuff. It really is very interesting and very aggravating too. I mean, who knows? I mean, if they shut down the rest of the season, man, that's going to be wow. Because they're talking about that too. I don't know.
Personally, I think we need to go back to a bubble. Go back to the bubble. And
I was just saying that the other day. Yeah, I agree.
If our team performs the way it did in the bubble, that means we got to trade everybody because you can't play in Madison Square Garden
in front of people.
Because it don't matter. It don't matter if we're playing. The Phoenix Coyotes.
Right.
That the Garden is going to be packed. The Garden is going to be packed. So if the bright lights in the big city is something that scares you and you can't play in that, then you got to go because we're wasting money.
But Chuck, guess what though? Guess what? So if they do the bubble, bro, and they pick the top 10 teams, your New York Knicks are at 12. So that means your New York Knicks will be in the Elite 8 once again. And secondly, the league went into debt.
Yeah.
Paying for the bubble.
They lost too much money. They're not going to do it again.
They're still paying. Basically, they're still trying to recoup money from what they spent on the bubble, basically. And to say, let's do it again?
Yeah.
I like the idea of the bubble. The only thing I don't like about the bubble is these players are going to be away from their loved ones for months on end. And so you're asking them to not only do something they disliked the first time, but this time you're telling them to do it for longer. Right? Because remember, the bubble started in March. This time you're talking about maybe starting a bubble in January. You know what I'm saying? And who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay Disney all that money? Because your games won't be on TV like they were before, because a third of the league will be at home. Right? So now you're talking about 2/3 of the league paying the full bill. Right?
That's probably why they won't do it. That's probably why
they're not going to do it. I think we'll see empty arenas before we see the bubble come back.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, I personally would rather see them shut down for a month, right? Come back to empty gyms for a month, and if we still have this thing, then do the bubble. Because at the end of the day, if you got to go in debt as a last resort, then let it be the last resort. But don't let it be the first option. Don't let it be like, don't throw money at a problem, basically. See, if you load it like G-Man for life, you can throw money at problems, right? But for regular folks like me, I don't have money to throw, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why, you know what I'm saying? So I would say just be cautious, man. Shut down for a little while. Let everybody reset. Go back to the empty gym. If the health and safety protocol thing is still running rampant, then do the bubble, right? And on top of that, if you do the bubble, right, I would expand the rosters to 22, right? 22 players. And in the bubble. That means you can bring your 15-man and your best G League players in the bubble with you, right? And then if you still get tests, you don't have to go out and sign nobody, right? You got everything in-house, and you know the goings and comings of everybody that's on the right. Because if you just take your 15 and then 15 and 5 people get it, now you're down to 10. Now you got to go out and sign free agents, and you don't know where they've been.
I agree. Let me get it. Greg Riccottilla right now. This is my guy.
So let me ask y'all this. Okay, let's just say we don't go back in the bubble, but we're playing in empty arenas, and the rookies and the young guys are the starters, and we go on a tear, and we end up 4th seed again. Was Tibs wrong, or is this
no?
Is this
no? Because we just moved the goalposts. We just moved the goalposts. So what we hold Tibbs accountable for today, in the climate that we're in right now, if you change the climate, then the dynamic changes. So whatever adjustments that you make based on that climate change has to be taken into account. And I don't want people to think that I just hate Tom Thibodeau. That's not the case. I applaud everything that he's done, but I think that there are some things that could be done differently at this point, and where we are with the organization to make us better that he's not doing. But to your point, I believe that, you know, if as soon as you change the dynamic of what this season is, then everything else is off the table. Everything else then is that it's a merit-based system then. So now what I'm judging you on is, what are you doing to be able to accommodate these changes? And how are you making these adjustments to accommodate these changes?
Okay. The only reason I bring that up is because now that Julius is not performing the way he did last year, he's considered the bubble player. Well, once you got people back in the stands, he's no longer any good. He got exposed in the Atlanta series. When in all honesty, it was enough blame to go around in that series too. No, he didn't get any help, and our coach didn't make any adjustments.
Right.
And then when he finally did make an adjustment, it was too late. So, I just brought that up. That okay, so are we going to take it for what it is because it's the young guys and we want to see them, or is it, the circumstances allow them to achieve success? Because the arguments that we're making, why the rookies or the young guys should be playing, because of the flashes that we've seen. These are the same people, in my opinion, maybe not all of them, but a majority of them was saying, let's get rid of a 6-time All-Star and build the team around the guy who had 1 foot out of the league. It is the guy who arguably one of the best pure scorers in the NBA. No, we don't want him anymore because we were struggling up to this point, and here comes this guy who was on his last legs, had a series of good games. Now he is the guy that we should be building around and get rid of this 6 or 7-time All-Star. And I just think that's a little hyperbolic. Even now, like, yo, what are we talking about? Like, we're going to get rid of we're going to sit down a guy that got us to the point that we were last year for some guys who we only seen in 2 or 3 games.
2 or 3
games.
Yeah.
Against questionable competition. And we're going to sit, like, I'm just saying, I don't want to harp on this point too long because I think I've talked about it too much. But I just think as Knicks fans, we got to bring this down a little bit, because as much as everyone like to say, New York fans are the smartest, they know basketball. I don't know sometimes when I read the chat and listen to some of these comments, because I'm like, we
because we be knee jerky as hell.
I don't know. Right.
Do we?
Yeah, we be knee jerky as hell, bro.
But I'm like you, Freezy. At this point, the way it's looking, I don't even see the play-in being an option. I've been saying this for weeks. If we keep letting the no names drop 20+ points on us, we're never going to win a game. I said this ever since Pat Connaughton dropped us off, and that was about a month ago. And then who's dropped us off since? Zeke Naji. You got the Josh Richardsons of the world. Like, guys like that are not even the third option on the team, and they're dropping us off. So, I mean, and our defense is terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah. And it's not even the total team defense. It's the defense at the point of attack. It's Kemba and Audier. And man, it's to a point. It's ridiculous, bro. Now what Chuck is saying about Kemba, I dig it. You want to get rid of a proven commodity for a flash in the pan, and Deuce right now is a flash in the pan. Now you don't know if that flash is River Rock or gold, right? You don't know it yet. You don't know it yet because you ain't had enough time to look at it, right? You don't know if it's River Rock or if it's gold, right? Because River Rock looked really good. Like, you ever looked and through what? Well, for the people that been outdoors, when you look down in the stream and you see the rock glistening at the bottom, you're like, yo, that might be something. And it's River Rock.
Yep.
And they laugh at you. This one got a pocket full of river rock. What you gonna do with that? Put it in my aquarium at home. That's all it's good for.
That's right.
You know, but it might be something else. You know what I'm saying? But you don't know that yet. You gotta take your time. And Knicks fans don't want to take their time. You know what I'm saying? We want to retire Deuce McBride number right now.
Stop it.
Just like we did Torrey Murray.
Stop it, Freeze.
Just like we did Tony Douglas.
Stop it.
Just like we did Ramon Sessions. Remember Ramon Sessions after the Charlotte game?
Look, half these people don't know who you talk about right now.
I know who like Tony Douglas is though. That chill on the fam. Chill on the fam.
Yeah, just like we did Langston Galloway. Just like we did with Trey Burks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. Just like we did with Chris Duhon set the Knicks assist record. Chris Duhon set the Knicks assist record, and we thought he was the point guard of the future, bro.
He taking us down some dark times.
Right. Here's one. Just like we did with Jeremy Lin.
Oh my God. Lin
a few good games.
And we trying to keep up to the city over to this young man.
Right. Just when
get
you remember
here. Word, Carmelo Anthony, get him out of here for a dude that was one leg out of the like. Had he not played that game, he could have easily gone off the team, out of the league.
He would have been playing for the Yakima Sun Kings the next day. The next day, he would have been legit playing for the Yakima Sun Kings.
Oh my God!
Right. So, and Justin Smith, just like Alexi Smith hit those 4 3-pointers in the game.
God.
And Castle, he's 6'7", and he can shoot from the point. Yeah, just like Raymond Felton when Raymond Felton had half a season with Mike D'Antoni. Y'all remember that? All we had to do was get him in shape. You remember that?
He wasn't in shape his whole career.
I know. Hey, I know, man.
It's so many like bums that you could just go down to. That's what's sad. If we go past, even with the years that I've been a Knicks fan, which has only been probably like 15, 16, it's so many bad players that I could just
bro, just like we did with Frank Ntilikina. You remember when LeBron bumped Frank and Frank
we
bumped
thought Frank
LeBron
was hard. Yeah, we thought Frank
we thought he was thorough.
Yeah.
It was like, the Frenchman.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
We thought Frank was that guy after that.
Yeah, we were like, he ain't scared of LeBron, son. He mad about what LeBron said about Dennis Smith Jr. Remember that?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
Shout out,
Greg. Oh my bad.
I just wanted to point something out. Greg Castile said, I saw in shape high school Raymond Felton. Dude was amazing. I will attest to that because he came to our little poor dunk town.
Oh yeah.
And the first play was a tip, and he was all by himself. He bounced it off the floor, caught it through his legs. Bang! Jim went bananas.
Hey, Chuck, you know what happened? He got to the league and got that private chef, and then things went down from there.
Nah, but they family, you know what I'm saying? Oh, never mind. But Felton Pops was a baller too. And so what Chuck talking about is this school called Ladder. That's where he went to, right? He went to Ladder, right?
Yeah. He went to Ladder.
Yeah, he went. Yep. He went to Ladder. That Ladder is probably about 30 miles from where I'm at, maybe not even that far.
Oh wow.
But yeah, G-Man, I'm telling you, ballers come from around here. I'm telling you, where I'm at. Where I'm at in South Carolina, ballers come from. Yeah, I'm probably about 40 miles from where John Morant grew up. You know what I'm saying? But every time we get a flash in the pan at point guard, and I'm not saying Miles McBride is a flash in the pan long term. I'm saying as soon as we get a little taste of something,
because we
go crazy.
Yeah. Because we haven't had anything for so long.
Yeah, we go crazy. I think he is good as Clyde.
What? Man, go.
bro, it's bananas, man.
I'm just saying at this point right here, the only thing I want, and okay, America, let me tell you something real quick, right? The only thing I want from this day moving forward, number one, I wish for the health and welfare of everyone that we have on protocols right now. Because we don't, the only thing they're reporting right now is you guys on protocol. We don't know how it's impacting them, if it's affecting some more than others. I just wish for their safe return to normalcy of life, number one. Second, I'm gonna need for you as soon as you're released off this protocol to get back in the gym.
Yeah.
Because when I see you on the floor, I'm gonna forget all about this protocol thing. Somebody gonna have to remind me, gee man, these guys are in protocol for like a week or two, right? You don't have to remind me because then I'm laser focused on what you're doing on the court. So I say all this first and foremost. Again, I wish you a speedy return. I hope you and your families are safe, and when you get back to doing what the masses are paying to see you do, I hope you do it well in a New York Knicks uniform. And I'm gonna leave it at
that. Okay, all right.
I agree. Edward Walker says we've been trashed for so long, we're hungry. I get that, man. But let's be honest, yo. Vienna sausages and crackers ain't a meal. Like it's enough to get you by.
That's not sustenance, bro.
That ain't no meal.
Yeah. You 100%, Chuck. You look. If you had to told me that, if you had to try to convince me that Vienna sausages and the cracker was not a meal when I was out in the field for 5 days in the cold and the wet, I'd be fighting you right now. I'm telling you.
I used to sell them. I used to buy like 70 cans and put them in my duffel bag, in my wet weather bag, and then put it in my duffel bag and sell them 50 cents a piece. And they used to be like, Uncle Freezy, and this is my squad leader. Uncle Freezy, I ain't paying no. And and probably about like 5 cartons of Newports, right?
Newport, yeah.
And he was like, I ain't paying you no dollar for no short.
I say,
okay. So I got you.
$10 a pack. $10 a pack.
I got you, Sarge. I'll be over here on guard duty if you need me, though.
Yeah.
And I'll be walking, and then here, hey, Uncle Freeze, come here for a second.
Let me holler at you for a quick second, right?
Yeah, man.
And you still got them things, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You said 10? Oh, well, it was 10 when I talked to you earlier, but right now, my stock is kind of low, so
man,
10 to 13. So I'm just saying, it's not because it's you, but I'm just saying the price is now 13.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you good with that? Killing me.
Yo, hey, G-Man, let me. So Justin Smith, thank you for the generous contribution. Justin Smith says, don't forget Alexis Fan. Nah, hey, Justin Smith, I'm gonna tell you who not to forget. Bill Walker.
You don't even have to go there. Oh my God.
You remember Bill Walker? Bill Walker, legit, his knees was gone, but occasionally he'll show off like the 45-inch vertical he used to have.
He hurt my heart.
You know what I'm saying? You my man played with Michael Beasley, right?
You hurt my heart.
Yeah. So Bill Walker occasionally will get a lane to the rim and just bang it on somebody's backup center, and we'd be like, "Oh man, retire his number." And you like, man, come on, dog. That's Bill, man. That's freaking Bill Walker, bro.
Oh my goodness.
You ain't embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by saying that man's name, bro.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed by saying Jerome Jordan. Y'all remember Jerome Jordan?
Oh my gosh.
Flashing the pin. He grabbed 3 rebounds in like 2 minutes and was like, yo, he the next Pat Ewing. You come on, bro. Chill out.
And Freezy, you bring up very, very and people have no idea who you talked about if they were not living during the time.
They don't want to know.
Look, you really don't. You really don't want to know. But I will tell you this: there is.
Hey, Jimmy, hold on for just a second. So I'm gonna be right back, right? But I'm gonna do something with Uncle Fulio, right? It'll probably take about 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna jump back in.
Okay.
All right.
No problem.
So I would say that there are certain things, and then people may think we're going off the deep end here just based on the players that we're talking about and how these things come about. But you have to understand that everything that we're talking about has merit into what we're living today. People that saw the '73 Knicks, if they're still alive today watching these Knicks, well, they are losing their ever loving mind. They are sitting in their wheelchairs right now trying to roll to the TV. They're flipping off the thing, and they feel me like Papa is done lost his mind. No, Papa been a Knicks fan for about 50 years, so he understands what happens when he see Evan Fournier go 2 points, 1 assist, and 1 rebound over the course of 30 minutes. He knows what that looks like, right? I say all that to say this. What we have right now, we have an opportunity right now. The Knicks, in my opinion, fellas, we are on the precipice of being able to turn this entire franchise around. But we have to be willing to make the pivot. We cannot be handcuffed to what we thought would make us successful. How does that work for us in the last, 1973 to 2021? 70 years? 70 plus years? How does that work thus far? Where are we any better now, having won a championship in '73, and last year, our check this out, guys, and think about this for a second. Our crowning achievement in this decade, is making the 4th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. That's our crowning achievement. Not making the championship, not competing for the Pacific playoffs. None of that. Our crowning achievement was making to the first round in the 4th seed and getting bounced out after that. That's our crowning achievement. That's what we hang our hat on. And then what we do, Knicks fans, I want y'all to stay with me for 2 seconds, right? And G-Man get along with it sometimes because I'm over 50. This is what I do, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, you got to respect your elders. Listen.
Respect.
This is what we're talking about right now. First and foremost, our crowning achievement, 4th seed.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay, I got you. First round, and then we get ousted. So then we say, oh, we were great. We were successful here. So we want to go out and we need to surround Julius Randle with shooters. Now, if you were serious about what you just said, I would be like, okay, I'm with you. But what do? You go to the used car lot, and not even a regular used car lot. You don't go to like what's the used car lot with the big commercials? Car something. I don't know who it is, but with Steph Curry and those guys. Carmax. We don't go to Carmax. Who do we go to see?
Carmax.
We go see Uncle Ben's around the corner. Just got one car that was produced in this century. Everything else is a 1974 with rims on it. They done shined it up real clean, and they think that because shiny is new to most people, right? You walk on the court on the lot. Oh, that's shiny. Oh, how much you want to spend? And then people right out there about, oh, I only got $1,000. Well, guess what? This car right here, only $9.99. I can give it to you for $9.99 right now. And you stop playing. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. I've been something. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Chuck.
Sometimes the best move is no move at all. You know what I mean? Like if you didn't see what you needed out there, or you didn't see what fits, you didn't find the piece that fits in free agency, you should have rolled with the guys that you had. Even I'm not saying you should have rolled with the guys that you had. Like I think that there was still tread on Kevin Knox to give him a shot, because what's the point of having him sit there for 4 years or 3 years and not find out what he's about? You play him, see that he's no good. Okay, he don't really fit, which I do think he fits, because when him and RJ played together, they complement each other. RJ was the slasher who could get to the rim, absorb contact, get to the foul line, right? Kevin Knox, bread and butter, was always the corner, shooting from the corner. Even now, on a fast break, I saw him do that the night that he scored 20-something points. Like, the first thing he did is on a fast break, instead of going to the rim, he veers off to the corner, to the elbow for a three. I was like, what in the madness? I was like, oh my goodness, these guys are crazy. I think I don't know what Tibbs. I don't know how Tibbs necessarily adjusts the lineup to where you get these guys some time. I know we were looking at this. I think this was on Friday. On minutes of how the minutes should be distributed. I honestly believe that even with the roster the way it is, there's enough time for Kemba to play, enough time for Grimes to play, because I think all of these guys can have their minutes cut into. Like, no one has to play, X amount of minutes.
40 minutes, right?
Right. There's 40 minutes that can be divided up into three with three guys. Start Kemba off. If Kemba's getting beat, you throw Deuce out there, and you see if Deuce can slow down that point guard, stabilize the offense, instead of bringing Rose in so early that when it's time for him to close, he can't because his legs is gone, his shot is flat, and we lose by 4 points, right. Or 5 points, or whatever, right? I think that's possible. I think the same thing with Grimes. If Fournier is getting beat and he's not productive, 6 minutes is good. Pull him out. Put Grimes in. See if Grimes can bring down, slow down the offense of the opposing team. See if he can hit some shots, and then ride the hot hand. I'm not sure if Tibbs is doing what he's doing to, if it's to spare the kids or to show the front office, don't get me what I want. This is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so this is the guys y'all want to get me? Yeah, we're going to keep them out here and have the fans get upset. Like, why are you not playing the kids? To the point where they have to have that emergency meeting. All right, well, start Evan for the next couple of games. You can have the quick hook on them, but we're trying to work on a trade to get them out here, get them out of here, blah, 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 blah. We can speculate. I don't know. Sam, what you think? What do you think we need to do to get us back on the consistent winning track?
I mean, honestly, he just got to keep trying stuff out. Like, if he has to, like we said, stagger the minutes some to get the guys in there. Let's see, like how we said, we haven't seen enough consistency out of Deuce and all the other rookies. Go ahead and play them every other night so we can see if they're actually like that, instead of just having them play 20 minutes one game and then we'll probably never see Deuce when everybody comes back. Also, I think, now that you see that Fournier and Kemba had such a good game like that, I don't know if I'd be as quick on Kemba, but I know for sure with Fournier, I look to get him out of here now, just because of the fact that he's just did what he did in that one game, and I feel as though he's not consistent enough to be on this team, and he's just not the good fit that we need on this roster moving forward. I feel like you have to try to, start calling teams now while he's actually playing good, because we know Fournier, he's really only good against Boston, if we're being honest. Those are his only breakout games was against Boston. He dropped 30 in both of those games. Besides that, he hasn't did anywhere near that. So, I mean, if I'm the Knicks front office, I'm trying to move Fournier now while he still has that performance on him. Kemba, I don't know what they're going to get, but if you, like you said, if they feel as though that Kemba's just not the guy, go ahead and move him now too, that he just performed, dropped 30. Pretty sure somebody noticed that and said, okay, he can give me some scoring off the bench, because I feel like he wouldn't be a starter on any other team like who's contending for a championship.
I agree. Yeah.
Right. So let me ask you and D'Angelo this: would you consider starting Rose and having Kemba come off the bench, where Kemba can, do what he does best and that score, and not necessarily look to facilitate?
I get nervous about I get nervous about starting Rose because with Tibbs, Tibbs plays him too long, and then that's when the injuries. I mean, his minutes management, especially when Rose is playing, it's the minutes management with him. He may overplay him. That's why I don't like Rose starting at all, because of the fact he's so injury prone, and he does push himself, and do a good job, I might add, Rose. But that's a good idea, Chuck. I do think I would do that. Yeah, I would do that. And why not? If you can't get rid of Kemba right now, which I'm sure a team somebody's going to want him. Some team's going to want him. But that's just I do agree to that. Chuck, that's a good idea. No, that is a good idea. Definitely. What do you think?
I'm looking up.
You see this about Dodge? I'm seeing that in the chat. I'm trying to. Oh, they have signed. Okay, so Damian Dotson just got signed to the G League.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, we're signing him out of the G League. I'm sorry, he was on the G League for the Spurs, and we're signing him 10-day contract.
So we pick a
Wilson.
Okay.
Dotson better get minutes. Dotson didn't get minutes when he was here before.
You know what, Chuck? He's going to get them now if we still don't have these guys back. I mean, we're going to see him out there for at least a little bit. I wouldn't say, he's getting 30 minutes, but he's going to play a little bit considering we don't have anybody on the team right now, unless they do come back next game. Then, he won't.
I think they were saying that Toppin could be back tomorrow. I did hear a report for that. Toppin could be back tomorrow because he was out since the 12th.
If that's the case, hopefully him and RJ, hopefully.
Yeah, so that would be great if we get one of these guys back or something. I mean, right, this is shambles right now.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying it's pretty rough. You can go ahead.
Yeah. But Chuck, with him starting Rose and having Kemba, I don't like. You see now, I think Kemba is now very sour right now. Even though if he's going to play and he's not going to, I mean, he puts a smile on his face, fine. But I'm worried about now behind the scenes what's going on in that locker room and with Kemba being here. I think it's sour grapes with him right now because of the whole, benching thing. And it's almost like embarrassing to him being in the league all these years, and he had to sit. And, that, as I said in the past with the Fournier Kemba intro, they did at the Garden. They had him up on the the big sign in the city, things like that. And now he's benched, and he just he scores 29 points the other night. I still got a game. I want to play. He didn't say he still wants to play for New York, but he says he wants to play. Yeah. I know this is a different thing what we were talking about, and just putting Kemba as a backup to Rose. I think that's a good idea. You could get something at him, spot up minutes like that, get him to score a few points here and there. But that let's see how this thing's play out. But again, now Rose is injured his ankle, and he's just so injury prone. And he's been good, but I think just Rose in that second unit. I mean, we may have no choice. He's going to probably start him tomorrow anyway. So, Rose, that is. So,
how many minutes do you guys think Rose is playing right now per game?
I wouldn't see him getting no more than 25.
Yeah.
At
least 25.
That's where he's at. 24.
Is that where he's at?
Yeah,
24.5 minutes per game.
Oh, okay.
So he can still get those minutes. 6 minutes to start the game, and then you have filler. You can bring in Kemba, or you can play Deuce in between. I think we have an advantage that we're not using well, because we know Derrick Rose is a fourth quarter guy. He's the guy that you want on leading the team. as your lead guard in the fourth because he's clutch. I think you can play with Kemba and Deuce's minutes to where they supplement where Derek is coming in fresh.
Yep.
Fourth quarter.
Yes.
And be more effective. I think that's where coaches sometimes are creatures of habit, and whatever they have established, that's what they're going to do. And it's hard to veer away from that. Yeah, I had a coach, a football coach that said, whatever y'all want in, y'all better not wash it. And there were people that smelled like straight up period. Okay. We had a teammate, he smelled like
dog water.
I'm telling brother, we took his shirt and his socks and we burned them. He was like, dude, there's no way, man. There's no way. Like, I'm surprised maggots ain't coming out of that thing, man. Nah, we gotta wash that, bro. We gotta wash that. And guess what? We're down 28-0 at halftime. The coach is kicking over stuff. You blankety blank. Y'all I told y'all not to wash, and y'all win. And he is going like everything that we did is the reason why we were down 28-0.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is halftime. And we're looking at each other like, wait, what? And then we turned it on, and we ended up winning 34-28. But it was the fact that he was stuck on this tradition of this is what you're going to do. Whatever y'all did game day, y'all better keep doing game day. And so some coaches are like, okay, well, this is my rotation. These are the minutes that I have set up on my little card. Okay, at this mark, I'm going to bring this person out. At this minute mark, I'm going to bring this person out, put this person in. Regardless if the person is hot or not, I'm bringing them in and out. You know, like when we saw Obi cooking, and we were like,
yeah.
Why is he sitting Obi? RJ's cooking. Why is he taking RJ out the game? But then when you look at it, he's been taking him out the same time every game. And it's like, coach, sometimes you gotta adjust and say, yo, I'm gonna ride the hot hand until he goes cold, and then we'll sit him, let him collect himself, and then we'll let someone else go. I don't think Tibs is that guy.
That kind of coach.
Ever been that guy? Right. I don't think he's ever been that kind of coach. He may have went and learned from Golden State some more offensive plays, offensive sets, you know, but I don't think he's changed his philosophy on how he's going to run his team.
And that's Tibbs. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, that's his downfall as a coach. What you're saying, basically, you know, just not making the proper adjustments, and that's his flaw. You know, like doing what you're saying. You know, he's got the hot hand. You ride that hot hand. So you know, I mean, that's what you got to do. You know, you shouldn't just go every certain amount of minutes.
To your point too, with the minutes, Chuck. Like, I don't know if y'all noticed, but ever since he's put Burks in the starting lineup, Burks is putting up almost 40 minutes a game. That's why Burks, if you haven't noticed, Burks' production is going down because he's burnt out. You have him just like the other night. He's chasing around Steph Curry the whole game. How do you expect him to have any energy to give you a good shot when he's running around chasing Steph Curry? You already know our defense is bad. So my thing is, if you got Burks playing 40 minutes a game, a guy who's not used to that, and you have your, like what Tibbs does, he does the same thing every year, 8 to 9 man rotation, and you see it's a guy like that who's just not hitting, Fournier not hitting, and you have guys on the bench. I mean, it's like he's willing to die on the shield with the guys he has in that rotation. Like you're saying, if just like the other night, if Kemba's hot, right, or Fournier is hot for once in a blue moon with Fournier, I'm gonna give him the ball. I don't understand why Randle had the ball. I'm not bashing Randle at all, but I don't understand why the play was drawn up for Randle to have the ball. If Kemba has 30 points for you and Fournier has 30 points, they're the high hand, they're the guys that should be shooting. So, I mean, in situations like that, I feel like he needs those minutes from Burks need to be cut anyway because he's not a starter. So I don't even know why Burks is playing 40 minutes. Those minutes should be instantly given to the guy like, you know, IQ, OB, McBride, guys were clamoring for. I think some of those minutes should go to them staggered.
Right. Well, Burke shouldn't have got the start to begin with. I know he was going for more length
I
and
agree.
size at that position. Yeah, good. No, I was just going to say he should have started quickly. He should have started quickly. I would have rather see quickly than Burks out there.
I don't think.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Go ahead. I'm done. I think
he's delayed a little bit.
So Chuck, you froze?
I would have liked to see anyone but because Alec Burks.
Chuck, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, Chuck.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix, brother. You hanging out with Keanu Reeves right now.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No,
Now we
can hear you now.
Hello?
Now we don't hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
Oh,
Yeah, it's still happening. Yeah, it will lag.
You're in and out, brother.
all right. Okay, so
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Chuck.
Yeah, it's not messing with you. You might have to
yeah, there you go. He's gonna come back in.
But yeah, I just think and another guy too that I wanted to harp on. I know this might be people might say I'm bashing, but I just see it how I see it. So another guy who I think minutes should be cut down is Noel. Clearly every time. Now I know Tibs is gonna still start him regardless because that's his boy or whatever. I know he's gonna still start Noel, but every time I see Noel out there, we're coming. It's like guys like Mitch are coming into the game and we're already at a deficit. Like I don't see what Noel really brings to the starting lineup. So that's why I'm still kind of confused on that. And then he's playing games where he's giving you 20 minutes. I give him credit. In some games he might get, a couple blocks, give you 8 or 9 rebounds. But like other people in the chat have mentioned, he's giving you 2 or less points. He's not giving you anything. So, I mean, at that point, and then the fact that I see him in the corner is just really, it gets irritating sometimes because it's like, I know Noel is not going to shoot that. And I really hope he wouldn't because, when they said that Tibs gave him the green light, we were like, really? You give Noel the green light, but you won't let Mitch? I'd rather see Mitch shoot it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, at least Mitch is going to fight to get the rebound after he misses. That's another thing I don't understand with certain guys on this team. Like, they know the shot is off, and they'll stand there with their hand up like the shot went in. I said on the other stream, I was like, man, I've been playing ever since I started playing basketball when I was little, like 3, 4. Coach said, follow up your shot regardless if it go in or not. I see guys on the team, they'll just stand there with their hand up, or they'll just shoot it and run back. They'll run back on defense. And then we complain and we see why you got guys like Randle and Mitch fighting for their life 3-on-4. I mean, 3 or 4 on one guy in the paint. And that's why we don't get many rebounds sometimes because, the guys, I don't understand that. So I honestly start Mitch and put Sims in the second unit. I agree with that. I don't,
Thank you,
see what Noel's giving to you. I don't see it. Like he's actually giving you nothing. And then we're not even going to talk about how every time a guard touches him, he has to flop to the ground because he weighs about he weighs about 20 pounds less than most of the guards in the league. So
ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of general housekeeping right now. If you're in the building right now, thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing to the Blorange Tears, the morning drive. If you have not done so already, please go ahead and hit that like button. If you're so inclined to do, go ahead and subscribe to the channel as well. There's also an added benefit to where you can become a member to get that coveted content that Uncle Freezy puts out on a whim. You know what I'm saying? He may be feeling a certain kind of way at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you wake up to your email saying, "Hey, it's a message out here," and that can be the thing that carries you over throughout the day. You never know. So go ahead, like, subscribe, and become a member of what we got going on here in the Blorange Tears channel. I'm sorry, fellas, I ain't mean to distract from the camera.
Oh no, you're good. I just had to go on my little Noel rant because he's been ticking me off more. He's been ticking me off more than Fournier lately. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So That's where I'm at.
Man, you see him come out there and production offensively, forget it. And I'll use the words the sole thing of two skillet hands. That's what it looks like when he's up.
That's the nice way to put it. That's the nice way.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this: are you more frustrated with the lack of production from a Nerlens Noel type, or the fact that Nerlens Noel is still getting so many minutes during crucial game time moments?
For me, honestly, it's just the minutes because I know he's not going to get better. Like this is what you're going to get from Noel. Like you're not going to get better. Like last year, we saw what he's going to give you. That's the max he's going to give you. So now what you're seeing is a smaller sample size of Nerlens Noel going out there doing the same thing. He's not going to give you any type of post game. He's not going to fight for the ball because he weighs too little. And he's not going to be able to run up and down the floor because either A, he's on the ground because somebody touched him too hard in the paint, or B, he can't extend his legs all the way, so he's running like a giraffe down the court. So it's either one.
Thanks. Oh my goodness. Look, you have no arguments for me. You just said what I was thinking. I swear to God that it's like you was in my head because I'm telling you right now. But and then I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Adi.
No. Go ahead. No, G-Man, you're in the role. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that and this is how we kind of come full circle, right? Because when I was on my rant before about Tibs, this is where I hold the head coach accountable because you know who is productive on your team and who's not. Now, to Freezy's point, if there's somebody in my ear saying, "Hey, G-Man, I need for Nerlens Noel to get at least 18 minutes a game. I don't care how you do it. I need him to get at least 18 minutes a game. I don't care how you your team figure it out. 18 minutes a game. Copy? Yes, sir. I got it. I'm gonna make sure he's in there, and I'm getting crucified at the last minute. But at some point, I'm gonna tell you what, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care who you are, what walk of life you come from. At some point, you get tired of becoming the whipping dog that everything lies on when it's not your fault. At some point, that's going to happen. And I'm sitting back and I'm waiting. And if there's anything, any narrative argument that says, and I believe that there is, that when you pay a certain amount of money for a certain level of productivity from a said individual, you have to figure out how shall we sever ties from said individual in the most non-confrontational way, right? I'm a very confrontational person, if y'all haven't figured it out yet. I'm very.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that.
I'm just saying. I have no problem with confrontation, right? I'm going to call a spade a spade. Look, if it walk like a duck, if it quack like a duck, if it eat like a duck, then guess what it is? I'm not going to call you no goose if you a duck. Come on, man, stop. So they have to figure out what it is. And to Sam's point, the hardest thing, I think, in watching our basketball team play basketball these last couple of weeks is knowing that these people that you have on the floor are not going to produce for you. They're going to put us in a deficit to where you're going to require someone else to come from another place and expend like 10 times the amount of energy just to get us back up to make us even relevant in the game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. The thing I literally I lie to you not, right? The game where Nerlens played 19 minutes and Tibs pulled Obi out of the game, and Obi asked Tibs, "Why are you pulling him out of the game?"
Right, he did it twice.
Two times. I legit had to do this. I went outside. I'm upstairs. I went downstairs, outside to my lanai, right? I live in Florida, so it's always hot in Florida, and stuck my head in the pool for like 30 seconds.
Like an ostrich, head buried in the pool, legs up.
Legs up, flapping in the air.
Got to cool off.
My wife was like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I'm like, "You don't understand. You don't understand."
The expletives in my house Forget it. With these games, like man, and me, I'm not a Randle bash right now, or something he does that he coughs up the ball, or the free throws at the line. I'm like, oh, and I'm just shooting it off like that. The narrative, like you were saying, I'd take that word from you, G man, just with when and what Sam you're saying too, Noel. He gets out there, makes a nice shot, comes up, he's hopping on one leg, grabbing his hip, and he's just like he's injured already, and you got to take him out. You get nothing but a dance on the court from being injured or something. And even Mitch, he's always hopping, grabbing his foot, his leg. I'm like, oh, come on, guys, really? I mean, you get in the game, you do a couple of good plays, and you're like, yeah, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, he's running up the court. They got the camera following him. He's cringing with his face. And you're like, oh, man, he's injured again. That's all I'm saying. Watching the game, I'm like, he's injured again. Oh, there he goes. There's Robinson. He's injured again. He's grabbing something that's hurt. He's laying down on the floor, rolling like a fish out of water. There's things going on. And Noel, really, the narrative with him, what are we getting out of him? What are we getting at sometimes out of Mitch? Mitch will do some great plays, a nice block, do a great rebound, and then all of a sudden, somebody's in, he's got to pull him out of the game. I mean, like we talk about Sims, I know he's the young guy, first year, but the guy, if you cut him, he's probably got wires underneath the way he looks. This guy's like, he's like a tank. The guy hit his. You remember that video?
And D'Angelo, I hate to cut you off. I hate to make the comparison too, but like if you look at Sims and you look at Dwight Howard, he's kind of cut like Dwight Howard. I'm not comparing his skill set to him. I'm just saying that Noel. I'm not saying Noel doesn't show effort. The thing is,
he does.
He's so much of a twig that he just can't body anybody, and that's why he's always on the ground. Is because he cannot body up any big man in the league. And it's sad because even some of these wings are bodying up Noel. That's what I'm saying. I just think Sims could give you somebody more physical. Like I always say, when Mitch is in the game, there is a presence in the paint. As soon as he's out of the game, you see the other team, what do? They drive on Noel. They drive on top.
Oh, yeah, right.
They make it different. I won't lie about it. Let me ask you guys this, right? And you all intelligent gentlemen on the panel and in the chat, right? Ladies and gentlemen, right? Let me ask this question. Do you guys believe that based on what we're talking about right now, the way that people look when they're on the court and the people that are surrounding them when they're on the court, do you believe that there is a narrative to be built to say that I don't want a McBride, Grimes, on IQ, Obi on the court at the same time with the Nerlens Noel? Instead of that rotation, I'm going to put Mitch in there. Because he shows more athleticism to be able. If you're not going to put Sims in there, the next best thing in that instance is going to be Mitch. Or when you see a Nerlens Julius lineup with Fournier, says you got to have him in the game.
Right.
You have a Rose out there because Rose is not going to run anybody out of the gym in this state of his career. So what you're not going to do is you're not going to put a McBride out there that is going to force the tempo up and down the court.
Yes,
and people start showing their age with the tongue hanging out of the mouth because you can't. I'm just saying, I believe that one thing arbitrarily affects the next because the people that you surround, so the starting five. And this is where I know this is. I want you to think about this for 2 seconds. Think about the game when Tibs came out at halftime, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the starting five coming out of halftime going to the third quarter was Burks, Fournier, Grimes, Randle, and Mitch. Do you guys remember the game I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was a couple of days. That was a couple of games ago, wasn't it? I'm just trying to think who it was. Yeah.
I don't remember the opponent, but that was the lineup coming out of halftime. And then Tibbs realized at 2 minutes and like 50-something seconds into that quarter, that was a mistake. So what did he do? He subbed IQ for Grimes. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, IQ is not a small forward, not by any stretch of the imagination. But you take Grimes out of the game, and you insert IQ, and that was
what was the thought process there? Right? Yeah, it's just like, what are you thinking?
What are you thinking? Look, it's not like somebody called timeout and you had to make a drastic lineup, and
right, of course,
and
right.
You had a whole halftime to figure out the scheme or maneuver to come out in half, and this is my lineup. This is what we're going to do. This is the game plan, and it didn't happen.
Yeah,
That's
like
the tips. But I do believe that at some point, his mindset has to kind of revolve around not making the vets look too bad. So I think that has a lot to do with who we see on the floor and when they are actually inserted to the game. Now, in my mind, if I'm a head coach, I want to win. I don't care what your ego is. So if I got to put Sam in and G-Man is laboring up the court, guess what? Sam going to make G-Man look like he's laboring up the court, but Sam is putting down 20-plus points a game. And I'm going to ride that because I want to win.
Right.
It doesn't
That's right.
I don't believe that we are there yet. I believe in my heart of hearts. And then again, when you have time to listen to different people's takes and kind of dissect them and kind of incorporate them with what you believe is going on. Freezy has some good points to the point that I believe that the front office had culpability into one, the roster that we have right now, or that we don't have. Either way you want to go. The people that we see, Sam got me. I got the munchies right now, right? So
I had to eat something. It was too good to just.
I'm sorry, but I would say this, guys, and I'm gonna get off the mic because again, when you get G-Man's age, you get long-winded, right? And people tired to hear me talk. So I would say this. I would say
when you're on, G-Man, I sit upright and have my hands crossed. So go ahead.
Salute, my guy.
Salute.
But I would say this. I would say that the Knicks organization as a whole needs to come together and figure out where we want to be at the end of the season. Let's start small. I'm not talking 2-3 years down. Just get me through the season, right? But whatever you do, make sure that we're all on the same accord and we're all rowing in the same direction. Because right now, I got one person rowing to the left or forward, and then I got one person rowing backwards. What does that do to the boat? The boat in the lake like this. Ain't nobody going nowhere, right? And we're doing a whole lot of finger pointing, which is not productive for anybody. So the people, I have personal feelings about who I don't want to see on this team anymore, who I don't want to see in this organization anymore. All I'm saying is I'm willing to forego all that if we are able to do something productive for the organization. I want to see the Knicks win.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
If we can do that, I'm good. But if we don't, all them people that I just talked about, I'm coming for your head.
And see, G-Man, if anybody wants to see the Knicks win, I know a lot of the Knicks fans are older than me. They've been through a lot. But I've only seen the Knicks, like I said, I've only seen the Knicks make the playoffs when Melo was here. And that was, one season? Then I think the 1 year we made it, we got demolished by the Heat. And the other year, the Pacers took us out. And I mean, those are the only 2 seasons I remember the Knicks actually being worth something.
Yeah.
Every other year that I've been in school, I got the guys, the bandwagon Heat fans, all that. I was getting bullied for being a Knicks fan in elementary school. I showed up, and it was cold. I showed up with my little puffer jacket on with the Knicks beanie. Oh, you're a Knicks fan? Oh, man, I used to get bullied, especially when Atlanta was hot, when they had Horford and them guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when people from the city could actually talk to me, and they was like, yeah, man, the Hawks are better. So you can only imagine the things that I'm fighting off now after coming home from break and then watching the Hawks just smack us down like that in my city. I had to hear from it. So, I mean, I just need the Knicks to, just show an upward trend. And if you had to, let some of these guys go, then you need to. But Wayne Peterson put out in the chat, that's a great point. I mean, the center is literally a dead spot on offense. That is why Julius Randle gets double teamed every single game, because they can afford to leave guys like Mitch, Noel, Sim, Gibson open. They can leave him open. And then the thing about it is, even if he does make the pass to your boy Noel, he's not catching it. No, so he's fumbling it. So his man has time to recover anyway. Right. So his man has time to recover. We need to get somebody who I don't even care if he's like a stretch. I just need him to have a jump shot. If it's even the mid range, like we don't have that.
Yeah.
We have no threat. So I mean, and then it just makes it even worse when they sit on the block opposite of Julius Randle, and then they wonder why he's getting double teamed. I'm not trying to go for his defense, but I'm just watching the game, and this is what I'm seeing. Like, they're literally not helping us on offense at all.
No, I like when, and I'll say one thing, and I know Chuck is back. I want to give him respect because he got cut off before, but I would say that up-tempo style with the young guys playing, running up the court, getting to that is something you don't see much with this Knicks team. Instead of playing iso ball with Randle and stuff, but I love that up-tempo. And then we did a lot of that during that Atlanta game that we beat them this season here. And that was fun to watch, to beat them. Trae Young didn't have any.
Not to cut you off, D'Angelo, but to your point, you saw who was on Capella that game too. It wasn't Noel.
No, it was
Sims on him.
Sims, Sims.
And and we saw how Noel. I hate to put these words on him, but he literally got crucified against Capella in the playoffs. And then I saw with Sims, neutralized him a little bit. And it just made the world of a difference. But you can go ahead.
That is a big body. And like you said, this guy's built. I mean, he's built like, not saying like Giannis, but he's kind of built like that too. He's got that body try, and he's a young guy. I mean, he's still going to be growing, this guy. That's crazy. I mean, but and that was my favorite win of the season so far. I mean, we don't have many wins this season so far. It's 12 we're stuck at. So, but I mean, but that Atlanta win was that was a really good win. But I'll pass it to Chuck. I think Chuck, he got cut off before, so with the internet lag. So,
can you guys hear me? Am I good?
Yeah, we definitely hear you now.
All right. I think I forgot my original point.
We were talking about quickly. No, we were talking. I remember what you were trying to get about Burke starting, and then it was like a quickly. We were talking about quickly, maybe being in place of that, and then you were trying to make a point, and you couldn't get it out.
Yeah, we were just talking about the minutes.
Oh, the minutes. Yeah,
right.
Minutes. Sorry. Yeah.
Alec Burks should not be playing point guard because when he was given that responsibility last year,
right,
he was terrible at it for long stretches. For a quick burst here and there, he was okay. But when they made that a thing where he was really the point guard, he didn't do too well, right? So it blew my mind that that's the way Tibs went when it came to benching Kemba Walker. I'm like, okay, well then the next person up should be Derrick Rose. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, Derrick Rose, you saw what happened when we started Derrick Rose in the playoffs, but we didn't have another point guard. What? There was no other person to give those minutes.
What?
Elfrid Payton was on the bicycle in the corner the entire playoffs against Atlanta.
He was.
Am I lying? Was he not on the bicycle?
He was.
With the towel over his head?
He was.
So by default, Derrick Rose had to play more minutes than he should have. But 25 minutes is right at where he should be playing. 25 minutes, right?
Agreed.
Okay. Well, you could take 5 minutes of those minutes away and give him the deuce.
Agreed.
Whatever.
Yes.
Whatever. So that's 25 minutes and it's 42 minutes in a game. So fine, play Kemba 15 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And let Deuce play the rest of those minutes. Like I think what we're doing, it's like when. Do you remember when the Pittsburgh Steelers had, what was it, Willie McGinnis? Willie McGinnis, the running back.
Oh, running back.
Oh,
they had Willie. They had Deuce Staley, and they had Jerome Bettis.
Jerome Bettis, yeah.
Jerome Bettis was the third running back on that team.
At that point.
That's
before he became the bust.
But they used all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the dominant guy to go out there and be the lead back. each of them did something different. When it was time to get down there in that goal line, you knew exactly who was getting the ball, and there was nothing you could do about it. The bus was coming to run you over. I think you have to do it point guard by committee. Since you don't have that leading point guard, you don't have that starting point guard, the guard that you want, you have to do it by committee. Okay, what does the matchup call for right here?
Yes.
This is how I think the coach should do it. But Tom is not going to do that because Tom made his bones last year with a guy named Julius Randle, playing the way Julius Randle played last year. And it is hard for a guy to get not only coach of the year. The Knicks have the highest seed in the playoffs that they've had in a decade.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A team that wasn't supposed to win more than 20-something games doubles that his first year there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to roll with the guy that got me there. I'm going to roll with like I really think he's trying to get Julius going because last year he felt like Julius was the go-to player last year. The only difference between this year and last year is Julius was hitting shots last year. Some of the same ridiculous step back fadeaway that he was doing, Julius was ending quarters, beating the buzzer with that shot last year. And we were all cheering for that. But it was when we got to the playoffs and teams was like, oh, so he's the guy. We're gonna make everyone else beat us. And one and the people that we counted on did not come to play. Granted, unfair or unfair, RJ didn't show up.
Right.
We can say, oh, well, he's just a second-year player. You can't expect him to do blah, 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 blah. But he didn't show up. He didn't get the same type of flack. Reggie Bullock traveling on a fast break. He didn't get the same. We talked about how good his defense was, but when it came down to it, you let Trey Burke D you up. I mean, Trey Young D you up. Are you serious? No disrespect. That kid is a world-class athlete because he's in the NBA. Let's not get it twisted. Even the guys that we think are slow and they don't have any skill, think about how many people try out for the NBA and don't make it. And this guy did. But I think I could get a bucket on that dude. And you mean you can't put it on the floor, get it? But so Julius, I'm not absolving him from this year. I'm just saying, like we were cheering for the dude. And some of the guys that are saying, "Oh well, nah, not me. I wanted to get rid of him since the trade deadline." We would have traded Julius. If Steve Mills had it his way, we would have traded Julius Randle to the Charlotte Hornets and gave them a first-round pick to do it. What sense does that make? I think there should be a whole organization meeting. Like, what are we doing? Really, what are we doing, Julius? Okay, last year what we did was is not going to work this year. They figured it out. Now we have to figure out how do we maximize what we have. Where do you need to sacrifice some, and where do we need to meet you at? Because for us to think that just getting rid of him, that's going to change everything, because this is what the stat says per game. When Julius is on the floor and Julius is not on the floor, I said, okay, when it comes crunch time, who out of the young guys are you going to put the ball in their hands and say, go get it, young man. Go get us 10 points. Go get us 5 points. Matter of fact, not even that much. Go get us the bucket. All we need is a bucket. You go get us. You go create and get us a bucket. We don't have that guy. We don't have that guy. And if anybody puts in the chat, RJ Barrett, he's been given that shot several times, and he's clankety clank clank clank, clank clank.
And they can't, like, they're not ready yet. You know, even if, like, you know, the RJs and you know, Quickly's not afraid to. You could say he could be that second guy, but he hasn't shown enough yet. I mean, he makes the big shot. But go ahead, Chuck. Sorry.
No. Quickly, you could say Quickly too, but Quickly has missed more than he made crunch time.
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought up IQ, Chuck. So let me ask you this question. Are you 100%? And nobody, I guess, let me rephrase the question, because I was about to ask you an unfair question that no one can answer 100%. So are you the majority of shots that you see IQ take and how he gets himself into a situation that he has to take these shots? Are you okay with that? Or do you think that he could make better decisions?
Say that one more time, G-Man. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. So I'm gonna have to jump off here real quick, fellas, in like 4 minutes or 3 minutes, because I got a business call I gotta take. But I want to leave you guys with this question. We're talking about IQ right now. So when you see IQ play basketball, are you confident and comfortable with the shot selections that he makes, or do you believe that he dribbles himself? And this is my thing. I believe he dribbles himself into a situation to where he's forced into ill-advised shots or ill-advised passes. Do you believe that there's a time and someone needs to sit him down and keep him from being that dribble guy until 4 seconds into the shot clock where you're forced to throw up a bad shot or to make a bad pass?
Yes, I think Quickly puts himself in bad positions a lot. Mainly because I'm not. He does his best, you know, Steph Curry impressions.
Yeah,
he tries to cross over and take step back and shoot that three. It's his best impression. But at times, like Steph has afforded himself the luxury of shooting that shot. You understand what I'm saying? Like when he does it, you feel like it's automatic. Oh man, that's going in, yo. That's Steph Curry, right? When he misses it, you're like, good. Wow, he caught a break. But you don't get that same feeling from Emmanuel Quickly.
No.
I feel like it's a bad shot. When he does it, it's a bad shot. Like
he doesn't have a sweet jumper. He doesn't have a sweet jumper like that. He doesn't. He just takes an awkward shot. He throws his whole body into the shot up in the air, you know? Anyway, go ahead.
It looks forced. It doesn't look, to your point, D'Angelo, it doesn't look like it's natural. And
that's what I meant.
It may just be that the fact that that's his shoot motion and that's what he does, but I don't like, unlike when you see Steph shoot. And I was watching the other day on some YouTube video. He was up in the stands about to go to the concession stand and shot the ball from the stadium.
I've seen that.
Who does this? You can't make this stuff up, man. But I agree with the fact, and again, and this is where we come back to when we talk about veteran presence, right? I believe that's where a Derrick Rose comes into the building and says, "Hey, Quickly, IQ, come sit down, talk to me, and let me give you some pearls of wisdom of what I went through when I was a rookie, when I was the second year in, when I was the third year in, when I made MVP, and then the burden that was put on my shoulders and what I did to kind of work through that, so that Quickly doesn't think or have to think that I have no help and I'm doing the best that I can do and everybody should be." Because I'm gonna tell you something right now, gentlemen. But regardless of what walks of life that you're in, anytime you wake up in the morning, you walk out of your house, you go do what you need to do to be the breadwinner for your family. There is at no time do you go out, you wake up in the morning and say, "I plan to fail today. I go out and I plan to lose money. I plan to spend more money than what I'm supposed to spend, and it's going to be okay. We don't think like that. That's not how we built. We're waking up saying, this is the obstacle. This is what I'm going to do to overcome the obstacle. And then at the end of the day, we all win, right? So, and that's kind of what I want for our young people. And I'm very, I guess, protective when we start talking about the vets that we want to keep and why we want to keep them. If the vets that we're going to maintain on this roster are not nurturers to the young talent that we have on this roster, they got to go. I don't care if you score 80 points a night. You're not a nurturer to the future of this organization. So I don't need you. That's just me being in the front office. But guys, hey, I got to jump off here real quick. Give me this call shouldn't take me no more than probably 20 minutes. And if you're still on, I'll be right back.
No problem. G. Robinson says, besides Randle, who was supposed to show up, we had all bench players who did nothing their whole career. Dude, you're playing. Your number was called. You have to step up.
That's a bad excuse right there. That's a bad excuse.
Like that's crazy. Like, so if that was the case, then shouldn't we give Randle just a tad bit more credit because he's the only one playing? Like he's the only guy that was asked to do something. Like that's ridiculous. Every bad thing isn't Randle's fault. Like Quickly is not learning his bad shots from Randle. Like that's
right.
Like that's crazy. Like that kid. Like the kid was a gunner when he came in. We saw it from summer league, and it translated like that. That him not afraid of the moment is what Tibs what attracted Tibs to him. Like, oh, he's not afraid of the big moment. Let me put him in some more moments and see what he does. And he produced. When he wasn't producing, he did not play. Here's the oh man. Okay, so if we had bench players that were no good their whole career and they did nothing their whole career, and then Randle didn't do anything, then who's the problem? Because if you're saying one guy, if it only is one guy to win a game, then why do people need 2 and 3 superstars on their team? Why do they need 2 or 3 stars? Why can't it just be one guy? You just have one guy with a bunch of nobodies and win something. That doesn't happen. I can't take your
that's why Chuck, that's why I just at some points like Uncle Freezy told me where he just had to stop reading the chat because it just that's what they want. They want you to just argue certain points with him, and it just doesn't really make that much sense too.
Yes, I agree. Randle takes bad shots, but he's been taking bad shots. He was just hitting those shots. Yeah. He's not hitting those shots right now, and that's the problem. I think we have to. The Bulls didn't have one guy either because they didn't win.
We can't even compare ourselves to the Bulls because they have a team that is more constructed around them actually scoring and consistently scoring. Our guys were supposed to be that, but they're not. We're supposed to have a guy like Fournier come in and score, but he's not.
Right. Listen, man, we have who we have, and I think what we have to do is be patient. It was like I was saying earlier, like the Joker didn't start his first season, and it wasn't until like 14 games until the second season that he started that he got the starting nod. So I think, and then that's when they move Nurkic the following year. So I think that it's like that job is up for grabs. Like Obi has to do the most he can in the minutes that he gets. Like you gotta force the coach to make a decision. Yo, you gonna play him more? Or you gotta move somebody. Same thing at the point guard position. Like, yo, you gotta let it be a competition. Because I think competition when it comes to sports will bring the best out of you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I don't want my words to get misconstrued. I would like to listen to everybody's opinion. I'm not against it. I was just saying that sometimes you just can't entertain everything you see in the chat. I'm not saying that y'all points are like bad or anything. I'm just saying sometimes we have to stay on topic. That's all I'm saying.
Right. No, I agree with you, Sam. Yeah.
It can't be one. It can't be one-sided. Like if you're saying, okay, well, the guy is a ball hog and he's bad. We weren't saying that last year. Maybe 2 or 3 of you were saying, oh no, we got to get rid of him. Do I think he's the main piece to a championship team? No, I don't. But we don't have that. We don't have that. Despite what you think about these flash in the pans that we've seen so far, none of them jump off the screen like, yo, that is the guy. He is the guy. When you're drafting out of the lottery, out of the top 10, it's usually a crapshoot. Some of these guys take a little bit longer to develop than others, and there's no reason to just throw them out there. Like the Knicks organization is thinking about trying to put together 2 consecutive winning seasons.
That's right.
Because if you don't win this year, it's like, okay, well, definitely last year was a fluke. Definitely we can say it was a fluke ball or whatever. I mean, the bubble ball or a bubble fluke, or whatever you want to call it. Fine.
Right.
But if you want guys in the next 2 or 3 years to sign with us, because we're not going to be in the lottery. We're always going to be outside of the lottery. Maybe this year we might be in the lottery, but is this the good year to be in the lottery? No. Last year would have been the best to be in the lottery when you have 2 lottery picks, right?
That's right.
But that's neither here nor there. But if you're looking to get some of these guys who are entering in their prime, who are going to be becoming free agents in the next 2 years, like someone made that point the other day. Kemba Walker's contract is 2 years. Burke's contract is 2 years. You know,
really all
Noel's
of them
contract,
Fournier. Yeah, all
except
of them
Fournier is
Fournier.
2. So doesn't that sound like 2 years of getting guys acclimated to the system, getting their feet wet, then giving them the starting position?
We were wondering before we got Fournier. Go ahead, Chuck. Go ahead.
All I was going to say was that these guys aren't long-term solutions. Despite them getting a multi-year contract, is more of a good faith thing, and the organization trying to show some loyalty to guys. Okay, we're gonna ride Frank's contract all the way out. We're gonna ride Knox's contract all the way out. We're going to bring back Noel, even though you could have went and got a whole bunch of other serviceable big men, but because he played well when Mitch was out, he played pretty good. The only difference between him and Mitch is that people will try to dunk on him at the rim.
Yep.
And usually he'll get the block, right? But Mitch, no one tries to dunk on Mitchell Robinson. But we bring Noel back to show a little bit of loyalty. You bring Derrick Rose back to show a little bit of loyalty, and you have guys who understand Tom Thibodeau. Sometimes you need a buffer for an older guy. Tom is what, 65 years old?
Right, yeah.
Like he's a grandparent. He's a grandparent to some of these kids. Not a parent, but a grandparent to some of these kids. So you need a guy in between, like a big brother, to be like, oh, hold on. You know, when the teacher from Charlie Brown is talking, wah 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 wah. Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
such and such. Like you can relay the message to the young people, put it in terms where they can understand. Oh man, Tibs, he's acting like this. Man, he don't really mean that. Just do this, that, and the third. I think we have something in some of these guys, but don't rush it. Don't rush it. Go ahead, D'Angelo.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, up until the point of us getting Kemba and Fournier, we were like wondering, and it was a little late, you know, before, you know, we start summer league and things like that. It was a little late where we were saying, what are they going to do, this organization? Where are they going? What direction, what we've brought up on the show plenty of times, what direction were we going? We're not signing anybody. I guess we're bringing everything back. We'll get our draft picks. That's the direction we're going. Then all of a sudden, Fournier and Kemba, you know, we sign Fournier and we buy out the Kemba thing, and we say, oh, okay. I mean, again, that was our game plan all along to get Fournier. I mean, we needed offense from last season. We definitely needed offense. We needed to help out Randle. That's the direction. They said we're going to get players, surround Randle with shooters. And we did that, and now we see how it's working out for us, you know, with Fournier, who can't guard. Did they ask Tibs about Fournier? Did they ask Tibs about, you know, I mean, it's fair enough to bring him in a room and say, what do you think about this move? If they didn't do that and they just went out and just got, you know, Fournier and Kemba and say, now work with the tools that we give you to carve out a playoff run, you know, for us. So I don't know. I mean, that's where this front office, I tell you, this front office needs a town meeting, like those mayor town meetings from fans alone. So you could just bark at the front office and say, why are you doing this? This is what you should do, you know, have an open forum, because it's come to that point where we're so frustrated. And I really, I do think it's a lot. It's not Thibodeau. He shouldn't get full blame here. Again, we know what we were getting with Thibodeau. The impression of him is a dog barking, you know, just yelling and screaming at guys. And, you know, really play tough defense. And that's what he is, a defensive-minded coach. But there's got to be a balance somewhere, too, to help out Tibs here. You know, and that loss of Woodson on the bench hurt, you know, the coaching aspect of it, I think. Right. Woodson was a good fit, and now he's gone, and more power to him. He went to a place where he was going to be more happy. The players rallied around him when they seen him come back to the Garden that day. And they had a lot of respect for him. But that was a nice fit. I think it's a lot to do with the coaching staff, the front office, the move that they made. They made a mistake with Kemba. They made a mistake with Fournier. You know, you make mistakes, but now you got to clean up this mess now. You got to figure out something, front office. They have to, you know, go ahead.
I'm going to be honest with y'all, too. Like, I see what's in the chat and what you guys are saying. Like, I've been saying, too, it's like, of course, we want to see these guys get burned, like Grimes and McBride. Yeah. We also have to realize who's in front of them right now. Currently, is in front of both of those guys, in Fournier and Kemba, or even Rose, so to speak. And we have to understand that part of it, you know, Tibbs might want to play him. He realizes what they're doing, but like we've been saying too, it's also politics. Like they can't really afford to do what they did to Kemba to Fournier right now. As much as we wanted them to do that, they can't really.
I agree with you. You know, you got to deal with the 2 points and the bad steak. You know, that's it. Yeah. You can't bench it for that. You know what I mean? You can't, because there's money. I mean, you got still got a decent sized contract that they signed him for the next 3 years that we got him. I don't know if they're going to move him. Who knows what the front office is going to do? We're saying, I think, I'm not going to speak for you guys, but yes, I think they're going to have to move Fournier. It didn't work. It doesn't fit. It just doesn't. We see it. The guy can't play defense. You got to play both ends of the court. You can't just have him just shooting threes like the first game of the season against Boston, and he hit like how many threes, I don't even know, and he was shooting the lights out. But those are not games that I'm proud to say. I'm from the days of, you know, even with Pat Riley and all that stuff, where the defense of Van Gundy days, that kind of hardcore defense. And you make up the offense. Don't worry about the offense. That will come. Play good defense. I don't like to see 136 to 136, you know, tie game, the double overtimes. I don't like that. I like to see pure hard-nosed defense. But it's got to balance out. Yeah, you need shooters, though, too. Of course. We didn't have a lot of that last year. Randle, you know, he had to force up a bunch of shots. And in fairness to him, we didn't have the shooters. That's what the front office thought. Hey, let's surround Randle with some shooters here. You know, and they thought, you know, hey, let's, in the free agent market or the buyouts, Kemba and Fournier were going to be the answers to help out. And it looked like, hey, in the first game of the season, we went on a five game winning streak. We said, hey, you know, and we were like, hey, this team is going to be hard to stop. But around the league, they all say good coaches around the league, other teams figured out how to play us.
Yeah.
Can't guard the three. We can't defend the three.
It's that, and then even Atlanta put out the blueprint. We still cannot guard for the most part unless it's Mitch, the pick and roll. Something as simple as that. We
that
really
too.
still can't guard that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and
we watched them just get destroyed in the playoffs to the point where I just didn't want to even watch the game anymore.
No, me neither.
Trae Young just either taking the floater or lobbing it to Capella, Collins, or whoever else.
Right. And then, just Trae Young, just, and then the thing when just the way he is and his personality, just rubbing it in the Knicks fans' face and, blowing kisses to the crowd. That is just, okay, it's like those Reggie Miller moments. And so.
I mean, they should never did what whoever that fan was that did what he did. He shouldn't have did it because we're really ignited him. And like I said, I live in Atlanta, so I'm seeing before he got put in those protocols, Trae Young is. I want to say he might be, and don't take me 100% for this, but I think he's leading the league in points this year. So Trae Young's pretty much just been going off even more so than he did in the playoffs last year. So I don't even know what the Knicks could possibly, like I said, we beat them that one time, but I think what the Knicks need to do is figure out what we're going to go with. Like everybody else is saying, we need to understand what direction we're going because I don't think anybody knows, and I think we know what Tibs wants to know, which is he wants to win regardless, but we're not sure what the front office wants because the front office never really speaks on anything, and we haven't seen any moves really be made yet.
Right. And Tibbs' hand is forced to play the kids in the starting lineup, the McBrides and the Grunts, because he's forced under the scenario that we're going through with the protocol thing right now around the league. So he's forced to do it. Tibbs doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to play the kids like this, especially first year kids like that, and just think, unless they're shooting the lights out, that's the direction he doesn't want to go in. Tibbs, you could see it on his face. He's like, oh, you had a good game. He'll just, he's doing it. He's talented.
It's like he doesn't want to admit it when the young guys go off. Yeah.
You see it. You could see it. Tibbs, you could definitely see that, especially those post game. He doesn't want to give too much kudos to the young guys playing. He doesn't, because then it's going to be like, well, if I give them all, all the kudos, so to speak, and doing that, then he's going to say, well, then now what? Now I'm going to sit Fournier with that contract, a veteran guy. He can't. He just can't do it. So his hands are tied. And that you want to say it's front office putting Thibodeau in that position, then you could blame them too. But but again, we go back to Tibbs being, he's old school, 65-year-old guy. He wants to win now. We got to put up with certain things like that with Tibbs. That's what he is. You ask the Chicago fans, or you ask, whatever, for the little time he was in Minnesota. Yeah.
Right. And D'Angelo, what I've been saying on this panel for the past couple of streams, it's really a trend that he has with every team he's been to.
Yes.
I don't care how you want to put it. I mean, he comes there, like I said, and he brings up the win total by 20 games probably for each team. They either make the playoffs or they get close. We ended up making the playoffs. What happens after that? Small decline from whatever you did the year before. So I don't know where the Knicks are going to end up, but we all know that it's not going to be 4th seed. So if it continues to trend downwards, then it's going to eventually become to the point where he will lose the players and then he gets fired. Because keep in mind, Tibbs has always been fired. He's never just said, "Oh, I want to go." No, he's been fired.
No, he's been fired. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's just what's happening.
So I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but I mean, the trend is really it's starting to align here.
With a guy like an owner like Dolan, you never know. He's been quiet. Yes, he has. He has been quiet, and that's a good thing. And a good thing and a bad thing right now. Certain things you want him to say, but maybe not, because I'm in between right now with that. Where Dolan's stepping in. I mean, he blew, on the hockey side in New York Rangers, he blew that whole thing up, fired everybody. Yeah. And they're in a position now where they're playing and they're top in the league. So I'm not saying that he's going to do that for the Knicks, because this is a different scenario here. Yeah. Because you can't just fire everybody no, basketball is different from hockey. You can't even compare the two. So, but I do think, how this thing is going to play out. I mean, listen, you never know. Everybody could come back. Everything fit. Like we needed 30 games to see, hey, maybe we'll come up out of this and we figure out a plan to win again, Hi, Freezy.
Hey, y'all. What's good?
Salute.
So that's just my opinion.
I mean, I don't really like I said, I'm not really understanding much of the the McBride or Kemba thing either, Wayne Peterson. I don't really know what's going through his mind when he decided. I know he likes the taller guards, but there's no reason that Alec Burks should be a point guard on anybody's team. He should not be a starting point guard on any team in the NBA because of the simple fact that that's just not him. And I can see if we had more of a freelance, free-flowing offense to where he wouldn't have the ball at all, or but you can't expect Alec Burks, somebody who's never been able to do it his whole career, to make playmaking decisions. So of course now we are Knicks fans, certain Knicks fans, not me because I already knew this was coming. But whenever Alec Burks makes a turnover, we're like, oh man, he shouldn't be there. Well, yeah,
Sam,
you're right. You're right.
Sam, what would you? I would never put Burks as the starting point like that. But in the first unit and the second, what would be your starting point guards for those two? What would you do, Sam?
I mean, if you want to keep Rose on the bench, right, with the flow of the offense, then do that. But also, I think it could be more so like somebody was saying earlier, by committee or even situational. Like, let's say we have a guy like Curry coming in. Okay, Rose cannot guard Curry. Let me throw Deuce out there for a little bit. Not saying, give him 30 minutes, but just see what he can do on Curry to limit him, because we know we have players out there who can just simply not play defense. And that is Deuce's calling card is defense. I want to see somebody come out there 94 feet. And like I said, if we're playing a team who has a superstar and they're at the position that Deuce can guard, I'd rather let's see Deuce limit them and somebody else on the team kill us. I'd rather
But you are assuming success.
Well, I'm not. I just know.
Yeah, you are. You did.
I'm not assuming that. I will say this. I don't assume.
What if you put McBride out there and Curry goes
and he smokes him like how Trey did Frank?
He goes for 55.
See, I got you, Freezy, because I know what you're saying. Just like how we threw Frank out there, and what Trae Young do to him. I see what you mean, but like my thing is, I'm not saying give him 20 minutes. I just want to see what he can do for a little bit.
Right. No, I dig that. I dig that. But let me say this to you, Sam. Let me say this. Right, and this is answer D'Angelo's question, right? What we should do is keep in mind that the rookies are rookies, and the second-year players are second-year players, and the third-year players are third-year players. And I know that sounds elementary. I know y'all thinking like, oh my, there you go, Dr. Seuss, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Nah, what I'm saying is their experience levels. Bring them along based on the experience level. Like if you're a third-year player, you should probably be ready to start if you're not starting already. Right. There's the second year players should be pushing the starters, right, for minutes. And the rookies should be getting spot minutes, being situational, and being put in situations where they can succeed. Because the thing about it is when you play rookies, you have to simplify everything for the unit that they're on.
Right.
When you play rookies and vets together, guess what you got to do with the offense? You got to simplify the entire offense. Now your veterans are out there running simple plays. They breaking the play off. They don't want to run it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to run caddy. It's simple. Start at the top of the key, run to the rim, head to the corner, be ready to shoot the corner three. Everybody in the world know what the play is. But the rookies got to see it against the best athletes in the world at full speed. Right?
Right.
And so what we do, we say, but these rookies are professionals too. Yes, they're young professionals. They're not seasoned professionals.
Right.
And so when you play the rookies, keep in mind you got to simplify stuff so they won't be lost. Right. And then and so the second thing to this is you got to make your veterans don't want to simplify anything because they want to win. Right.
Yeah.
They got two motivating factors. They got to get their stats up so when payday come, they can reap the benefit of having high stats, meaning a bigger paycheck, and they want to win a championship. So they don't want to run caddy all night because some dumb rookie is on the court, and now you losing to the Orlando Magic when you shouldn't be.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then people want to blame Tibs. They're like, oh, Tibs running a simple offense. Well, he got two rookies out there with Randle. What you want him to do?
I think you utilize the rookies who can play defense like a Grimes and McBride Utilize them in defensive situations, not, playing the full, to get him in those spots where you need a stop. You need that stop, to stop that bleeding.
Right, D'Angelo,
stop it.
would have been a good. You know what was a perfect situation for what you're saying? Did you remember the game winner that DeMar DeRozan missed?
Yeah.
Yes, the double team. Yeah.
But did you
was
know
Barrett? Yeah.
You know who was at point guard? You know who's the point guard on that play?
Who?
Derrick Rose. You know who should have been the point guard on that play? Miles McBride.
Yes. Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
So to your point, but the only reason why Tibs played Rose there is because it was Derrick Rose's homecoming. If that game was in Indiana, I think McBride is the guy there. Right. But you want to give Derrick Rose some home, you know what I'm saying? So it's a little politics and a little backpatting and stuff like that too. But that's the situation that you mentioned. That's what you want to do.
I would, I think where Tibbs made a mistake too, and I'm back on Kemba a second too, and all this with what's gone down here, because I think he handled that Kemba situation wrong. He should have told Kemba, said, listen, I'm going to have you coming off the bench. Don't take him fully out of rotation. That's embarrassing to him too. He's still, he's been in the league for a long time. You could still get some points out of him. Yeah, maybe, especially you can't play him in the fourth quarter where you got to get a stop. You can't play Kemba there. But have him he's still a good shooter. You could have utilized him. Say he's going to come off the bench. I'm going to take him out of the starting lineup. I'm going to have him come off the bench. You probably wouldn't hurt his ego too much because it seems like now Kemba's ego is hurt. Even though he may not be much of his team, they're going to trade him off or whatever they're going to do with him. I would have utilized it. I think Sam, you said you could have utilized him to come off the bench, or it was Chuck or somebody had said it.
Yeah.
To have him come off the bench, and just have him come off the bench and do some spot minutes like that, and get some scoring when we need some scoring, when we need it. But we need defense right now because we're giving up 125 points half the time anyway. So
right.
And
do you believe Tibbs didn't give Kemba a warning before he benched him?
No, I don't think he did.
I'll be honest, I can't even say he probably. I wouldn't know if he did or not, honestly. But I think
they said they're not talking.
The way that Tibbs is, he probably told him, but it wasn't something to where it was direct and Kemba actually thought it was going to happen. Because I don't think Kemba ever saw himself being benched like that, or even so out of the rotation, even worse.
Yeah, I think his ego was hurt, like what y'all saying. Bro.
Because think about it, and then that's why he came back. It's like, oh man, I got something to prove now. Like I still belong in the league type thing. It's kind of like a IT type story, like Isaiah Thomas type story with him now, because he's like, okay, Tibbs, you basically said I don't even deserve to be on the roster at all. And then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna show you why I belong in the league. It don't matter what type of role I have, I belong in the league. Because I think now he's to the point where, okay, you took me out of rotation for what? How many 10 games or plus? Took me out of the rotation. I could not even see the court. So now I'm gonna try to make it my little basically showcase to the other teams.
And Tibbs almost made it like it was Kemba's fault for everything and the losses and the not winning. It's almost like you're putting almost a lot more on Kemba.
But not being that though. He didn't say that though.
Yeah, but
in the press conference, he was like, "Yeah, Alec Burks will be starting guard, and so we're taking Kemba out of rotation." They asked him about out of the rotation. Why is he out of rotation? Tibbs said, "I believe Kemba Walker is a starting guard in this league, and I don't think it's fair to bring him off the bench." Tibbs was super complimentary of Kemba in the press conference. Y'all don't remember that?
No, I remember he actually did say that, and he kind of, it was kind of like, okay, Kemba, we understand what you've done in the league, but just right now, we don't see it as he being a fit to be a starting point guard for us. I think he kind of just laid him down gently to rest, rather than him just being like, okay, you know what, Kemba's out of the rotation. I don't have to say what he's done in the league or just say that we, appreciate the type of person and player he is. He did at least acknowledge that. I'll give Tibbs that at least.
Right. Tibbs, that's what I'm saying. We're making Tibbs out to be a monster, bro.
No, that's not what I was trying to say, but I'm just trying to say.
Not you.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Can I say one thing real quick? How tall is Alec Burks?
6'6".
What did Tibbs say he needed?
Yep.
Alec Burks type, basically.
How tall was Alfred Payton?
6'3", 6'4", something like that.
Yeah.
6'3", 6'4", yeah.
So he wants a big guard at the point of attack.
Yeah.
Because he feels like a big guard gives him better defensive presence out there.
Right.
Well, they weren't listening.
Go ahead.
No, they weren't listening to it during the Vegas when he was being interviewed. They weren't listening to Tibs during that time, and he was sitting right next to Leon Rose.
And so it's like for those that remember football, the greatest show on turf. Remember Mike Martz? He liked receivers that were like 6 foot tall, that could run routes like a sewing machine. Right. But Dennis Green of the Minnesota Vikings wanted 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" wide receivers that can moss defensive backs.
Big body,
Yeah. You had to run the perfect route, just catch the ball. That's what Dennis Green used to. Just catch the ball. You know what I'm saying? And so coaches have preferences.
Right. And they didn't even try to, accommodate his preference in any way, because we don't even see a guy off the bench with that type of build for Tibbs. We don't even see a bench, let alone it being a starter. You didn't even bring in a bench guy who could do that for him. So I mean,
right.
To say Alec Burks can't defend is ridiculous. He's not a shutdown defender, but he is a solid defender, and that's all Tibbs want is a solid defender to stabilize his defense, because you can't hide Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. That is why Kemba Walker was the one that had to sit. That's why. It's not. I don't think Alec Burks is all world. He is a bench player, always been a bench player, and he excels in a bench role.
Right.
I'm
watching the same games that you're watching. Maybe you're not watching G. Robinson.
And we have to also take this into account too with the Burks not defending. We've seen Burks play defense, but like I said, when you have him out there on the best guards in the world, of course he's gonna get burned. Everybody does.
Yeah.
You can't expect him to, like he did the other night. You can't expect him not to, to shut out Curry. He's not a lockdown defender.
Hey, let me ask y'all this. Did y'all know the Knicks just signed Damian Dotson?
Yeah, I saw
yes,
that.
sir.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we saw that. The chat was hot about that one.
Yeah.
You always say that name. Anytime you said it, Freezy, Damian Dotson. Go back to that name. Now he's signed now, so.
Yeah. When I say Quentin Grimes is Damian Dotson, the chat was hot, boy.
Oh yeah, they hot about that.
Yeah, the chat was hot about that. But hey y'all, I gotta go. I gotta run. I gotta jump off this thing and do some things before you know what I'm saying, I kick it and go on tonight. So
yes, sir.
Listen, man, I want to say a thank you everybody for jumping on. The thing with Uncle Fulio, man, was a twist. Usually I don't do that, but you know what I'm saying, that's our man. So I wanted to make sure we was there for our guy. So in the chat, don't think I'll be leaving y'all high and dry. It's just, that's family there. So we're gonna do what we gotta do to take care of family, man. So sure. Hey, thank y'all, man, for coming through. Chuck, I'm gonna work on that thing like I told you to, bro. I got the one that you talked about. I probably just give me a couple days, all right?
No problem.
All right. Hey, thank y'all again, man. And we'll holler. Hey, no doubt. Right. Hey, much love to y'all too, man. And we'll see y'all tomorrow, okay?
Yep.
All right.
All right. Have a good one, man.
All right. Peace.